Hello, everybody. Welcome back to today's stream. And I have Mo with me today as well. Yeah.
Hi, guys. We will endeavor to be less 12 today, but I make no promises if provoked.
Because today it is the defense case in chief, which consists of Mr. Mauricio. I have no idea how to pronounce his name. Mauricio Guerrero.
Th- s- let's let him say it, and then we'll pretend like we
Oh,
knew how to say it.
yeah. Oh, good idea. Good idea. And the defense, of course, will start questioning him, and then it's the prosecution. And I don't know if Miss Beige, if she will have beige today. I hope not. I hope that she at least changes
Colors
her
are a
outfit.
thing.
Colors are a thing, especially if we tend to blend into the background. You need a bit of color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm just gonna check here. We have Sarah P here, Gigi, Run the World. Hi.
Hi,
And
guys.
we have Jason, who finally got a notification. That's really glad. No, very nice. I
Yeah,
know it
YouTube
doesn't
is.
work all the time, and yeah. And we have Didi. Kim Farnham is here. Hey. Salty Dog 78, Billy Marie, Wendy, and Jamie,
Hey,
plus
guys.
a dozen more people. So we start out quite nice with a bit of audience. Yeah, yesterday the convictions: 2 counts of burglary, 3 counts of criminal trespassing. Those 3 counts was because they didn't find him guilty of. It was 5 counts of burglary, only guilty of 2 of them, so they took it down to a lesser sentence, lesser conviction in criminal trespassing. 2 invasion of privacy. He was guilty of 1 and not guilty of the other,
Yeah,
and
I
then
didn't
guilty.
quite get that.
Yeah. I rewatched it, and it turned out that both me and Mads, our Danish friend, one of our Danish friends, was correct. He was not guilty of 1 and guilty of 1. I don't know which one,
Yeah,
though.
the whole
Was
case
he
is a bit confusing.
the invasion of privacy? I assume taking pictures of her nether regions was the guilty,
That
and
would
something.
convict me.
Yeah, and what the other one was, I have no idea. And then illegal recording, which I also assume is the
Uh,
nether regions, because I don't believe taking pictures of her poetry in the barn is.
I hope not. I don't know.
Flux is here. Mo,
Yay!
yay, Nick and Mo. No, not that Mo.
Eh,
This Mo.
I'll answer I answer to mom most of the time, so
Yeah.
it's I haven't had a real first name in 16 years.
Mm. And Aris in Texas is here. Yeah.
Y yeah,
That would be in the uh, that would be in tomorrow's. Today it's it. He takes the stand and is on it for 2.5 hours. But I will start at 1.25 because, as we heard yesterday from the defense, the defendant takes his time to answer, and it's a bit of crying, apparently. So 1.25 to start with, and then maybe we ramp it up to 1.5. And also, David has agreed to join in. He is going back to his studio now because me and Mo, we need an adult.
especially for
Uh,
this case.
yeah, uh, we are adult 12-year-olds when it comes to humor, and if they are starting to get more into body parts and stuff.
If it can be a double entendre, it is. And yeah.
Yeah.
There's a reason I'm not allowed at Lowe's anymore.
And I see One Blast Nana is here också, and Rose RNC Inc. You have, yeah, Salty Dog. Yeah, I said that. And yeah. So, yes, the defense closing yesterday was all about he was socially inept, very sad person, sheltered, I got the impression. For instance, he said that his own mother didn't know about this until the trial started.
To be
And
fair, if I was on trial for what he's on trial, but I might not tell mom ever.
no, no. Being a 31-year-old, 12-year-old is funny though. Yeah, and when you're a couple of decades older than that, it's still funny. So what can I say?
And that's Thor in the cat hole chair. He is currently coming down from a catnip high. He is a little bit too enthusiastic with it, so he is in the cat hole chair.
Yeah, and I said that before the stream started. I have on my yard, I have wild catnip. So my jingles, sometimes in the summer when it starts to grow, he's there, and yeah, he is there, and he lays down, he does his thing, and then he's there. So when the sun is really going on at him, I need to lift him into the shade because he won't move.
No, Thor gets into beans and starts rolling in them and singing. It is honestly hilarious if he didn't have to be talked down.
Yeah,
And
but
apparently, cat is too high to function is not a way to get out of something. I've tried it
mm.
with my husband. He's like, "No, we still have to go to church." I'm like, "But Thor is high and he needs a friend. And I don't want to get out of my PJs."
Yeah, but at least Jingles, maybe that's why Jingles is so protective of the farm, because he doesn't allow any other cats on the farm. He chased away his brother from
Oh
the
my
farm.
good. That's
Yeah,
just Jingles. You terrible.
yeah, and when horses are going by, he just stares at them, almost thinking that will take a hell of a lot of time to eat. And yeah, so yeah, my and is in the kitchen right now.
Well, he's not attacking you, so that's always good.
At the moment, yeah. So, but yeah, we are 10 minutes in. Oh,
Okay.
now I saw him. Welcome to the adult in the room.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I think I'm all set up now. I think I'm
Awesome.
going to function properly. The beauty of having two laptops and not having to do it from my phone.
Oh,
That
ah,
is
good. So you're trying to work, be on stream, and be an adult to us too.
Yeah, it's kind of like parenting.
Yeah. Well, yeah, actually it is.
It pretty much is. That
Yeah.
or herding cats.
Right?
But okay.
So I'm excited to hear this defendant testify. This is going to be. I'm
I really
hoping.
want to see from his perspective what he thought was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like, to me, it sounds like she was engaged in certain services of the negotiable persuasion. Is that what it was?
The oldest profession in the world.
Right.
Yeah, because as we said yesterday, OnlyFans for me is just it's a glorified cam girl, but not actually meeting up. Because if you meet up and start having relations with the person giving you gifts and giving you money, that kind of transpires into something else. In my opinion, in my humble opinion.
You can't blame him for not understanding boundaries if you make them very blurry.
Exactly, and he might think, oh, we're dating. I give her gifts and money, and she in and out, in and out.
What is the difference, really?
Yeah,
I need to remind Mr. Mo to get me more gifts and cash. This is courtship I need to know about. He was all romantic.
yeah. All he had to do was give you flowers and stuff. I don't
I
know.
mean, he didn't even try to live in my attic. I'm feeling betrayed here.
Neglected. I mean, oh yeah, but let's move into this. It says here from 4:48 to 6:15, but I believe the last half hour of this is something else of sorts. Well, let's just play it and see who Mauricio, who the defendant is, and maybe he will tell us his name, and I will not pronounce it anyway. Yeah,
This could go like this could be really creepy or really sincere and like sad, and I'm wondering which way it's going to go.
yeah, but yeah. So here we go.
And it's my understanding that Attorney Starbranch, on behalf of the defense, will be calling the witness. Attorney Starbranch?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. Call me Mr. Guerrero.
All right, Mr. Guerrero, if you could come to the witness stand, please.
That haircut was a choice, and I'm not sure it was the right one.
Also,
Ooh.
sir, if you
There.
remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury? Please be seated. Just ask you to keep your voice up, please.
Would you tell your name? If you spell your last name?
It's spelled Guerrero.
Your name is
Mauricio.
Guerrero.
Yeah.
Are you a little nervous?
Yes.
You have testified before. You're very soft-spoken, not ask you to keep your voice up.
Oh, he's already
Can you
crying.
tell the jury where you're from? I used to lie.
I'm.
My
That's on the-
monetization
that's
is
on the-
already limited.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, I am so sorry.
And how old are you?
I'm 22 years old.
How long have you lived in Pennsylvania?
I'm going to request a
almost
review.
my whole life, basically.
Did you go to high school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that. Where'd you go to high school?
Bensalem, PA, Bensalem High School. I've been there. I started in 2015 and then in 2019.
He looks
You're not still
12.
high school, right?
No,
You're 20 years old, right?
22.
19 or 20.
Yeah. Oh,
It's almost like she was catfishing
22,
him.
sir.
I mean, let me ask you, at the time, this was
Yeah.
2022,
I was 20.
what did you do in your time for living at high school?
Mostly working.
Most of your work.
Oh, I work at my parents' restaurant.
Tell us a little bit about your restaurant.
It's a Mexican food place. We serve.
Dang it, now I really want chips and
tacos,
salsa.
burritos, everything.
Do you have any family?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your family?
My mother, Adriana.
Is she here?
Yes, she's right with it.
Anybody else?
My sister, Brenda Guerrero.
The reason I'm asking is that you say you work at a restaurant, that's actually a family restaurant, is that fair?
Yes,
His sister must be overjoyed to be named.
More or less.
more or less, but mostly.
Mostly. And that's where your sister is now?
Yes, she is.
I want to direct your attention back to October 2020. Is it possible that's when you first made contact with Richard Newton?
Yes.
Tell us, the best you can remember, when you made contact with him. How?
So on October 8th, around 11 at night,
My tiny cat is here.
Nunez was on live broadcast
No clause.
on
No
OnlyFans,
clause.
and she stated that someone would give me.
It's like talking to a woman.
Yes.
No bite, no clause.
Okay, so OnlyFans has a live broadcast, I guess.
That's the idea behind it, I thought.
I thought it was like picture.
No. They dance for you, and then you like give them money, and you're like, "Ooh, take that off." That's what I understand. I don't have an account,
I
but
see
that's what
a
I understand.
reversed hostage OnlyFans coming out soon by Mo.
Give me money or I will undress.
Yes, I'm telling you, it's it's never the boobs you want to see, gentlemen.
But that's what I think OnlyFans is primarily. Or at least that's the ones that make the money. From what I've heard.
Oh, well, isn't I have a Dana Carvey, the church lady, like, isn't that special if you want to be the whore of Babylon?
And let's see
It's
where my
everything.
monetization is now.
Sorry about that.
But monetization doesn't really matter when it comes to streaming because for my most watched stream, I think I got 30 cents.
Okay, what I will
Mm.
say is I don't really care about his testimony. What I want to see filmed is when he had to explain to his mother what he was being charged with. Now there is a show that I would want to be a part of.
Yeah. And when I say that was from ad revenue from my most successful stream is 30 cents. So if they limit
Don't
it or
spend
not,
it all in one place.
Yeah, me too. Actually, Anderson sentencing.
Yeah.
32 cents.
Yeah. So hence it's a bit important to see the memberships keeps growing month after month and the occasional super chat. If me personally, I don't really need it, but the membership revenue that it was keep the channel moving along and improving. You see my new header up here through my enormous skill on Canva Plus. Well, I say it like Elaine Braderhoff. I'm trying.
I like it. Looks good.
Swedish colors and everything. Yeah, but let's keep going and see what else. This was in 1.25. I'm going to try 1.5 actually and see
Okay.
if it. Extreme close-up.
I feel bad for this guy already, and I feel like he was definitely duped into this. And then the victim, quote victim, took it too far, and then now she's kind of regretting it. I get that, but this guy, he looks
Up
like
to a
the kind of
point,
guy that could be duped.
up to a point, I agree. When you start buying lockpick things and you live in an attic, you've kind of, up to a point, I can totally get that he was very confused about what their relationship was. But then you do break in and take pictures of her lady bits. That's
She consented.
I'm asking about Christina
Oh.
and her interaction with you. I'm not asking about anybody else's interaction. That's just when you and she were talking about this shit. Okay? Not anybody else. I mentioned OnlyFans is she probably has other clients, but I'm not asking about that.
The
why
sound
does
is a
he
bit
have Sally
shit.
Jesse Raphael's
It's-
glasses?
Yes.
That's right. So tell us, and again, I want to know, when you met her, or actually first had contact with her in October of 2021, it was because you were subscribing to her OnlyFans page, is that right?
Yes.
Did Mike express this correctly? Tell us what actually, how the dynamic was. How did it
Attorney talking to the microphone.
That's
how long?
impossible.
Per year, maybe, or just monthly. And I was a subscriber to her account.
how you pay for that? You use credit card?
Debit card, credit card.
And so when you were doing OnlyFans, you were purchasing her content, if that's the right word. At some point, did the two of you begin to communicate?
Yes.
Tell us how that began.
I
No,
did.
let's try that. No, awesome. Tell us how you began communicating with her.
I first gave her my number, and then she texted me on iMessage. Did I call now? I'm sorry. We started contacting on October 9th around 12. I believe in the morning. 12 in the morning.
And was she calling herself Rachel Nunes?
At first, no.
What was her name in the beginning? What was she using for you?
It was under Isabella Nunez.
So at first you thought you were communicating with somebody Bella Nunes?
Yes. Isabella mostly.
So she actually sent you a text message and you began communicating by text, is that right?
Yes.
And did you begin to, I want to say, let me ask you this, right? At some point, the relationship seemed to develop between the two of you in October. What was you think?
Later, not yet.
In November?
Starting
2019?
Starting to.
And tell us about that. Tell us how it developed in November into a relationship that's more than subscriber and content.
Well, we would FaceTime.
FaceTime.
We would FaceTime. Start to FaceTime mostly. Instead of every once in a while, it would be every single day, and texting at the same time. And we would talk about things, about what we liked about each other, and what she liked to do, what was her like plans, her goals, her future, or mine. Talked a lot about that.
You were talking about sex.
Yes, talked about that a lot.
So, I understand that a lot of times we're talking about sex. Is it fair to say that we're also talking about personal things as well?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You see, fair to talk about now you're pretty cool.
Sorry.
So, at some point in November, did she begin to express to you that she had feelings? If you remember.
I'm sorry, I can't recall.
Okay. Don't worry about when it was. At some point, did she tell you she had feelings?
Yes.
What would she say? What kind of things would she say to you?
That I love you. That
Okay, she is such a
mostly
person.
Mostly those words.
Were you receptive to that? Did you like that, or would you push it off?
With the pointy hat and yeah.
Tell us about it.
Sorry, how so? Sorry, I'm sorry.
So,
How so? I'm sorry.
well, you tell us in your words where you were when she says to you, "I love you," and how that felt. Did you reciprocate? Did you say, "I love you" back?
I-
Did you send her things? Tell us what's going on.
Well, I will say that I will say I love it back, and nice things. We tell nice things to each other mostly, and those mostly nice things that overall that we say to each other. We tell each other.
Rich seems get laid too.
Did you meet them before the microphone too?
We were nice to each other. So, sorry about that.
I didn't hear you.
And now their turn is microphone. Same thing.
Well, I would buy her gifts. We talked about, well, first we talked about buying gifts to each other. Mostly me to her. And later on.
Yeah,
she
she's
sent me
not gonna
her
buy you a
mother's
gift,
address
sir.
first. And then she sent me her own address in Dover. I did.
So
send
she
her
gave him her
gifts. I did
address.
send her a TV, fireplace, and some, I believe, like bodysuits or lingerie.
She let you know what she wanted?
Bodysuits.
At first, I was telling her like, "What would you want?" And she said, "Yes, I would like a fireplace and a TV." She sent me a list of what she would want.
I was not expecting TV, maybe fireplace.
A fireplace, lingerie. She sent him a list, and he purchased stuff.
Wait a minute. So I can put my Amazon wish list out and people will buy me stuff?
Come holiday season, people, you know you're getting a copy of my Amazon wish list.
Let me just say for beginning, 3 a.m. me put some weird stuff in the wish list pile. So if you see
Flux is like
light
she
up-
needs a simp. I see Flux in the chat.
I
She needs a
know.
simp.
Same Flux, same. I've got a lot of Sailor Moon stuff that I would like.
Depends on if it's drunk me or sober me who writes the list.
How does one? Please tell me it's a like one of those plug-in like light up LED fireplaces, because that just seems so random.
But there was renovations going on in the home, so fireplace might not be. But yeah.
Shrimp? No, it's not shrimp. It's simp. SIMP. It's it's a term for a guy or a gal that I don't know, is a little too needy. I don't know how to describe it.
It's
Doting.
basic. Yeah, it's like a. If you think of kind of a Nevish kind of, I love you, dear. Oh gosh, what's the movie? You know, just kind of a Weasley little guy that the woman's got the pants and he gets her all the gifts and love for a little bit of.
Every waking moment and every breath he takes is devoted to her.
Yeah, it's not a good look.
I'm gonna pop out real quick because I got to make a phone call.
Thanks for
Man.
breaking the code, Baker. Good to know.
Well, I remember Fluffy said the larger he got, the more interest he got from women and men. So I don't know. Maybe it's I might need to grow larger.
You know, you have a pathway both forward and back. It's nice to have options.
Technically, I only have one. No, never mind.
I meant weight-wise, you could go for. I
Okay.
didn't.
Okay.
I meant.
David, you're supposed to be the adult here.
I was
Oh.
trying to be nice and said that you could get skinnier or you could get fluffier, and you'd have fans either way.
I'm good as I am. Yeah. I'm not in it for the grifting yet. I don't know. Maybe I will grow up to be a large YouTuber.
I will
I
say
already
he is.
am a large YouTuber, but I mean growing up to have a huge audience. Still not size-wise, but amount. Maybe no, I don't think so.
I will say he's coming off as extremely awkward and
Mm.
and very sympathetic to me, at least. I feel bad for him.
He needs to be told what to do until he breaks in and takes. Yeah.
Okay, I
Pictures
heard that I needed to be the adult while I was on the phone with the township treasurer. What did I miss?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay.
We were good. We were all good.
Yep. We're all good here.
Nothing, Dad. Nothing.
Nothing. Let's keep going. So.
For her apartment in Dover.
What? Oh, wait. Let's see here. What?
I saw like fireplace and TV. She sent me a list of what she would want for her apartment in Dover.
She needed a fireplace in her apartment?
No, at first she told me to send it to her mother's place because it was the better location to send it at.
So she gave him 2 addresses.
Were you also getting explicit pictures from her?
Yes.
More than a few?
Yeah, more than a few. Couple.
When I say explicit pictures, you didn't take.
Yes.
And did that continue throughout, or did that stop, or was that part of the relationship?
No, well, it continued without it. Stopped getting like just get her that, but we would still send each other. She was sending me mostly pictures. Genitalia.
Depends on what you compare to.
Did you send her something?
Yes,
Did you do that?
a couple.
As is, moving more towards December now, December of 2021, how would you characterize that? How would you characterize the relationship? Was it a relationship that you wanted to move forward? Was it good with the way it was? Was she good with the way it was? How did you feel the relationship developing as you head into December?
I felt that it could have become something more than just FaceTiming and talking, texting at me on the phone.
Did she sort of suggest that herself?
Yes, she talked about we could meet up Talked about many things about mostly I'll come up to Dover or to New Hampshire mostly.
Now,
I'm glad his name is
discussions you're
Ben.
having, you're on text, on OnlyFans, on FaceTime. Is there any meeting where you can call each other on the phone?
We would. It's not. I'm sorry. We start using somewhat of Instagram a bit. I'd say a little bit, not too much. We will mostly use those applications the most during that time period.
And did you, towards December, begin to feel that it was time for you guys to meet? She suggested how that started going on. How did you discuss meeting that?
Well, she talked about it a lot on FaceTime and text messages as well. So I said it was a good time. And at first, I thought it was risky because of course, it's a long drive. But
How long?
like five and a half hours or 6 around that time.
This man drove 6 hours.
At first, I wanted to, but I didn't. And then back in a couple first days in December, then I decided to do it.
And she was, as far as you want to work with that, she wants you to come on.
I thought
If he was younger, this would be called grooming.
Now that's interesting.
Yeah, this is.
She wanted to come on.
because we talked about meeting up, about me coming up, and well, also between that we talked about having intercourse with each other.
And was that something that you were interested in at that point?
Yes.
Did she tell you anything about her family life, who she lived with, where she lived in New Hampshire?
Well, she said that she lived in Dover with just an apartment with her child,
What's the child's name?
Weston.
And did you at any point have any contact with Weston?
Only through FaceTime.
FaceTime?
Yeah, I would see him a bit. You know, I would hear him sometimes. But I see him on FaceTime. And just a hi, just a simple hi. That's it.
Chat, we are trying to be good here. We are trying to be good.
What was the mechanics of planning your trip up to Pennsylvania? How that?
I just decided to grab golf shirts, everything, fill up my tank of gas, and just drive up.
And how that? Well, first of all, tell us roughly when the first time it was that you went
On December 6th.
Probably pretty sure the date.
Huh?
You pretty sure about the date, right? If you are, that's fine. I'm not being funny.
Around those time period, around that time period.
Okay. 6
6
I
hours.
told you arrived on the 7th. That makes that.
Yes. It was around.
Now, at the point you go up first time around 7th, 6th or 7th, whatever it was, 2021, did you feeling like you really had you started to develop feelings, or was it still sort of client-provider relationship? Like, where did you think relationship?
Client-buyer relationship.
Feelings. So we had feelings for each other. Because
And she told you she agreed with you.
She really liked your wallet.
I can't recall. Sorry.
She told you she loved you.
Yes. But
That was kind of feeling, right?
yeah,
Did you believe her?
they did.
So when you went up in December, the beginning of December, did you let her know you were coming?
Okay, he was 18 at the
I was
time.
going to be surprised.
He was? Oh.
That's what Salvador Dali is saying.
So
she was in her
20,
mid-
he's 20 now, but I'm not sure.
potentially concerned about that.
Yeah.
Some way.
So you went up and I'm gonna guess you didn't just knock on the door, right? How did that help?
I couldn't because there was to get up to her apartment. She said that you had to enter a code to a door and you can enter the complex of the said apartment. But
So how did you manage? How does it work? Well, did you drive up there? Did you park?
to drive up there and probably text her, but I was nervous to text her or tell her. I didn't know how it was gonna go.
You weren't sure you were actually going to be contacting, you were having a second thought, potentially?
It was
Tell us why that is.
because I believe she would have been disappointed in seeing me or seeing me.
I feel sorry for this guy. Yeah, he's
That's it.
being led
She's-
on.
Can we charge her for being just a
Creepy.
a boil on the butt of humanity? Just
Yeah, but remove the breaking in and stuff. at a certain point, I can see someone breaking down over time and then completely breaking down just to be close.
Yeah, especially if this looks like his first girlfriend, or, well, client-buyer relationship.
I mean, nothing really and technically excuses, like, okay, she led me on, I bought her a bunch of gifts, we did the dirty, and I thought it was a relationship. You still can't break into somebody's home at the end of the
No,
day.
but you could
No.
but you could see how she knew he was, what, 18? I'm sorry, I'm having less and less sympathy for her.
Didn't he use his mother's card, if I'm not mistaken? Well, I don't know. We're going this backwards. So, okay, we're going to listen to his testimony.
Yeah. So we had the same situation yesterday where after we listened to the defense closing. And we had a lot of sympathy for the guy and everything. And then the prosecution's closing came, and all of a sudden, oh, that's weird.
I will
So we
say that
might
the
have the same situation here.
Yeah, the prosecutor is very strident and shrill. So it's hard for her to cultivate any sort of sympathy for. Again, you end up thinking that the woman's sleazy, not that it excuses his, crowbar living in the attic kind of thing.
Yeah. But let's go on so we can get through this before
Good enough for me.
it's tomorrow.
That wasn't good enough for her. I know. Sorry.
So you that is a jury? Is that fair?
I do. I somewhat did at the time. I know I'm not an attractive person. I'm not someone really attractive,
Oh.
but she was giving me attention. No one else did at the time.
So you managed her in December 7th? How did that happen? How'd you actually make physical contact with you?
December 7th, I decided to park in her apartment complex. I was nervous to go up there to probably knock on the door where she was, but at second thoughts, I was thinking about it. And then she came out of her car. I didn't know she was in there. And she walked inside.
Where'd you do that?
Well,
What happened next? What happened next?
I remember us talking about that she would wanted a stalker,
We should talk about this on FaceTime, on text.
mostly FaceTime.
She thought stalker, talking about wanting a stalker.
She wanted
Okay.
a stalker.
All right,
Yeah,
that's
but
it.
that was through FaceTime, so that won't be in evidence if it's not in
Oh,
text,
yeah.
because that was the prosecution said. There's nothing in mail or text that says she won't. But then
Alright.
again, I wouldn't be surprised, but if it isn't in evidence, it isn't in evidence. That's the issue.
Well, he just put it in evidence, but there's no way to refute it, or there's no way to support his testimony. I mean, his testimony is technically evidence, so it's part of the evidence now, but there's no way to bolster it with a written document or a recording.
Yeah.
All right, they're both sentenced to watch all the Sharknado movies. They're both just.
He's very much a beta. I agree, Flex, and I do feel bad for him.
Yes.
Was that right around the December period, the beginning?
December and late November.
So there you are in the truck. Are you texting her? Are you calling her?
I
What are you
thought-
doing?
This is
Stalker?
bad. This is the defense case in chief. So
What's going on?
she is already
I
testified
didn't know what to I didn't know what to
in
text her
the
or call
state
her,
case
but
in
I was
chief, I
texting her.
believe.
I went to text her, and then I'm sorry.
Did you see her?
The tear.
Did she come out of the building?
No, she was going into her building.
Did she text you? Ask you?
Overruled, go ahead.
Did you let her know you were there somehow, or did she figure it out?
She figured out.
How'd you do that?
She texted me that she saw a person in a truck, in a freight truck. And at first, she asked me if it was me or not. And I declined at first, but she started asking again and again. And I told her that it was me.
Broken.
So you finally told her to go back to you.
Yes,
At first you were saying, no, it wasn't. Right?
yes.
That was You were excited about telling her that, but you didn't tell her.
Yes.
How'd she react to that?
She told me that it wasn't okay for me to do that, and she told me that I had to leave. That this is her place that she lived at. And she told me to leave, and I did.
And
Bro
as you
drove
leave,
6 hours, then left because she's like, I don't want to have people at my house.
tell us what the text is.
She would text me if she looked ugly while coming out of her car or anything like that, and I told her no. And
Oh, at this
later on,
time,
was
she
telling me that
didn't
missed me,
know
that
how
it was
how he
hot
looked
for me to do
or
that.
something.
Hot for you to come up unannounced and describe it like that.
Yes.
That
And
plays the stalking.
yeah,
So how do you respond to that?
I told her that at first it was okay, but she told me that she missed me. And that she could have divided me up.
This is all on the 7th of West.
Yes,
And so you go home.
yes. I tried. I was going home, and she decided to still text me around that time when I got home, asking me how was the drive back home and everything. And that
So everything's all right.
yes,
Back to the way it was, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
She
okay.
continued to tell you things to suggest how she felt about you.
yes. She still continued to say things like "I love you."
Bro drove 12
You're saying
hours,
you're
and
doing
Mr. Mo
something
can
stupid
barely
a lot
take the
of times.
trash out. Just saying, brother
Did you talk
husband
about
material
things like
right here.
stalking game or possession game? Tell us what she was saying about that when you started saying.
She said she wanted me to be obsessed with her, to be a stalker. That she liked it.
You actually saw her testify, right?
Yes,
She sort of said the same thing. Do you remember hearing her say that?
yes,
Was she accurate? Was that roughly how it happened? The game part, the possession part, the stalking part, is that consistent with it?
yes.
So you go home, things carry on as they had been, whatever game is going on, and what happens then? Does it develop? And the trip back up here, let us know what motivated you to come back here, if you did.
I was going to come back here back on December 11th because Rachel decided that she was going to go out drinking that night and that she was going to get, let's say, black-eye wasted and
She's a winner.
to not be able to be conscious anymore. And I was afraid of that because she told me stories about her being black-eye wasted before, years prior, and being raped by 2 men prior. And I told her not to go out. I begged her not to go out. But she did anyways. So I decided to drive up later that night to text her if she was okay or not. And she would not text me back until the morning. And when she did, she told me that she didn't want to talk about it. And I found later on that day by her on FaceTime that
He was trying to save her.
Points coming up.
Yeah.
It takes guys a little bit of time and experience to realize the bullshit that she's trying to pull, and then you realize that it's a bunch of BS and that you don't need to deal with that sort of fake drama stuff that they create to get the sympathy. And you can find a real woman, but you have a sort of a learning curve that you need to experience.
As a boy mom, this is so pissing me off.
Your boys will go through it, and
Oh.
you need to just hopefully they don't break in and try to live in an attic.
Well, I've already explained to them that if they give away a hoodie at any time, it's never coming back.
Yeah. I had more of a brass tacks conversation with my boy.
Well, my boys are from 10 to 6, so right now we're just working on not picking our nose.
No, but every guy I feel like goes through this at some point, and you either learn quickly or you do stupid stuff, and then you hope you don't get caught doing the stupid stuff from this guy.
Yeah, like I haven't seen her testimony, but having seen his, I'm going to try to be open to her testimony, but right now I'm like, nope.
Mm-hmm. I like this reverse order thing. It's going to be interesting as it keeps going.
Yeah, I'm really liking it.
Let's continue. There. Press play.
I was like, is it moving? No, he's just
Oh.
sitting there.
Yeah, I think they're having a.
Sidebar of sorts.
Okay. Yeah, I see in the chat. Everything is I love you. Everything is stalkerish. Everything is so dramatic.
Oh Lord.
You were telling us that she'd come back from an event that was out with somebody earlier, and she had drinking and was upset.
Yeah.
What kind of impact did that have on you again?
That she was probably gonna get hurt by someone, or something we had happened to her.
And you were concerned about that.
I was.
At that point, did you feel that you were in a relationship with her and that you should be worried about her?
Yes, I believe so.
Where did you base that? Why did you base that?
Because we talked about seeing each other again, that I would come up back again, that we would go out, I would take it to places, and we would explore around and see everything.
And did you make plans to do that? Was it loose plans, firm plans?
It was loose plans.
Loosely speaking, did you think you might be meeting up with her based on your conversations?
Sometimes she would say, come back, and we would see each other next month or next week or so, maybe.
So it really was kind of loose. So I think this is on about the 11th, is that right? And when did you actually come up here?
I came back again on December 20. It was
Christmas?
before Christmas. It's a week before Christmas. 20 something. It was 20.
22nd?
22nd.
She testified that was the 22nd, would that make sense to you?
Yes.
And did she know that you were going to come up on the 22nd? No.
Again, first, no. But I had told her when I was in the area.
So you waited for a year to tell her up?
Yes.
And at that point, was she still living in Dover?
Yes.
And so where did you go? How does it go? You arrived up, did you call her, text her, let her know you were there? How does that happen?
I texted her that I was in Dover and that I was outside.
And how'd that go?
First, she told me that she was busy, and then she told me to wait an hour or so, and now she'll let me out.
Was it an hour or more?
Roughly an hour, 30 minutes, almost around that time.
But what time would that be?
1:30.
And I understand that you have the text in front of you, and I'm not asking you to reference the text. I'm trying to get the gist of where the feel, how this is going, that's developed. That's what I want you to talk,
Yes, sir.
based on your memory.
Yes, sir.
So you text her, she says, okay, it's gonna be about an hour, it's supposed to be about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Okay. And so an hour and a half, does she come down and get you, to go to the door? Okay.
She gives me the code to enter her apartment,
Here's the code. Okay.
and so I go upstairs and knock on her door, and she opens it. She just was wearing a gray robe and nothing underneath. And
How do you know there was nothing, sir?
no, he wasn't.
All I hear is the really bad 70s adult film movie
You
music.
got your pizza lady.
She had I don't think the glass, but it was like a bottle, not a bottle, but I can't remember. It was something. She had like wine in it, and she wanted to drink.
Are you
wine
the
with it.
plumber?
I was driving. I couldn't drink. Yes,
Are you here to fix my internet?
That time she was 24, but you know.
Yes.
So she's testifying, you're visiting, but not having wine. What happened when you visited?
We talked for a couple of hours. At
So
first,
I've heard
I was
from
surprised
others who
how I
see
was, how she
those
was.
kind of films.
I saw her. I decided to, keep holding hands, and I saw her wrist, and I was concerned because they were marks.
What's the objection? Overruled. Go ahead.
I was concerned about her because there were marks on her wrist, and it was marks.
Oh my
that she
gosh.
decided that she wanted to commit suicide or to harm herself. And yes, I told her not to. I told her it was. I know it hurts. It's a bad thing to do, but it's not the way to do it. It's not the right thing to do to yourself.
And how do you view and your date, how do you conclude it?
Well, first she started to take off her rope slowly, and she told me to take my
You know
belt.
the entire details?
Oh, how uncomfortable to have this with your mom in front of court.
I'm going to do this, you know.
No, it's okay. Sorry.
But it can culminate in the sexual intercourse.
Yes.
And how did she respond? Did she say that was okay? Did she say it was awful? I hate to see you again. You're a jerk. From that. What did she say to you after you had it?
She said she liked it.
And did you believe that?
Yes.
You were prepared to do that. You want to believe that?
I didn't know what to expect from it. I didn't know what to expect.
So you were pleasantly surprised that she was happy with it.
Yes.
And roughly when did you leave?
Around 4 in the morning.
Now, during this period of time, it appears that there are really thousands, tens of thousands of text messages from that. Okay?
Yes.
What kinds of things did you discuss? And I'm more interested in the nature of your relationship, not specifically, but if there was some sort of game or some sort of routine or some sort of particularly unusual thing or aspect that you discussed. You know what I mean? I want to know what was your relationship? What was it like? What did you want you to do?
She talked about that she wanted me to rape her.
And would you say that?
At first, I was shocked by it. I was shocked, but I didn't.
He
want to.
just landed in a whole
And
vat
I
of
wouldn't
crazy
make
for
her
his first
angry at me.
time.
I was gonna say, guys, if you ever
saying
hear a
about
woman
that,
say that to you, run.
Yeah.
That's okay, lady. I'm going that direction because
Okay.
no, God, no.
The more you know, if she crazy, run.
Yeah. Because even though I work in labor law, I do have knowledge about other cases where allegedly that she said she wanted this done to her, and then he did that to her, and it was recorded, but not the first part. But eventually, friends of that woman came forward. It was a Swedish case about 15 years ago. Eventually, her friends came forward and said she has done this before to extort guys.
Oh, dear Lord.
Yeah. So, guys, run. Assume she will be recording only the part where you throw yourself on top. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
And
Hmm.
yeah, he doesn't look like he has the muscle strength to overpower anyone.
No, he might be 7'2" and just look like that, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
If he's of Mexican heritage, I have no idea. But normally they are not over 6 feet tall.
No, he should have mom should have just looked at her debit statement and been like, the hell am I doing on a campsite? Slapped him with a flip flop and tell him he's done.
Why? What the actual F am I supposed to do with the fireplace? And when did I buy it?
Yeah, seriously. Also, I want that fireplace now.
These are all on his mom's card, right? I don't know if I thought that earlier.
I believe so.
We might find out tomorrow during the prosecution's case in chief. But let's continue. Oh wait, I just saw. Let's go, Brandon. 9.99 super chat. Thank you so very much. I'm not up to wheels yet, but when the bar cart comes around, we are having a drink of it. Oh shit! Oh damn!
Oh, it's a good thing I'm in a car. I have an excuse.
Yeah, and I have a well-stocked liquor cabinet. Damn.
We'll have a drink on you, Nicholas. Give us a heads up, Brandon.
Yeah. Can we plan this out so I can be more prepared? I had breakfast, and then I had half a pizza. That's my food of today, and
let's have a Saturday night stream where we all get.
Yeah,
I have a muffin. I'm gonna prepare.
I have veggie sticks and some sort of rice cakes that.
I have coffee and lemonade. That's about it. Well, we are doing this stream on Saturday, so you're welcome back. Let's go, Brandon, and we will see what we can do on Saturday if our stream of the opening statements moves over to let's find out if there is a weird Swedish holiday around now. And yeah, sure. But let's hold it.
Oh, for 6 and
There we
Brandon,
go.
we need to talk about your liver.
Let's see here. All right, there we go.
Here we go. And we have an hour and a half left of this, his testimony. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you. I coordinate chaos. You stream. We can't do preparations. Wouldn't be as much fun. I'm 16, so you have to catch up. I can't have 6 at once, but I need to. Let me just.
How about we
continue
watch
play, and
the testimony and you can.
Yeah, watch the testimony and I go get myself a glass. Oh, yeah.
Fiddlesticks.
Along with it.
You're still in tech messaging as well, right?
Yes.
Was this actually before you actually had your course? Was she asked you that before?
No, that was after.
Now, you go home. By the way, was the Christmas tree out?
There was
Brandon, I just sent you a DM on Twitter, by the way.
What you bring up?
I remember bringing a couple toys for a child, Wesley.
What you bring?
Also, there was a truck and 2 action figures. It was 2 action figures and a monster truck.
Had you brought anything up to Rachel at that point, aside from the gifts that you said? Did you do other gifts, poems, money?
I had given her flowers when I met her in December 22nd.
Aww.
Yeah. And I had also before that on December 7th.
That's a sign of violence, remember, if we learned anything from Sadie.
So you talked about that in the 7th with her?
Yeah.
So she told you that before she sent you away, or did you know that when you came up?
I knew that when I came up because I seen her windshield and it was cracked. It was kind of cracked, going to crack it.
How did you give her? She didn't stay very long. Can you tell us how you gave her the gift and what exactly was it? How much money was it?
I can't remember how much it was. I just left her somewhat on her windshield and told her that she needs to fix it.
Let's go, Brandon. Highland Park 12. Thank you so much. Here we go.
Nicholas is all fancy. All I have are boxes of wine because I am a true wine mom.
I found a very large bottle of vodka I stowed away a while ago and forgot about.
And how did you see that? She okay with that?
Yeah.
My superpower is
Yeah,
finding
when I
discount
actually heard it.
booze, so I have a lot of booze in my prep.
Here's December. Was she angry with you? What was happening with you? Did you guys stay friends all the time? Did you fight?
We would.
Sister Richard?
It was somewhat arguments, not too much.
I know. I know.
I would say it was pretty.
We have an interesting
okay.
clip of Ozil Overlord. Just
Did you think it was really difficult?
I believe so.
Did you have all experience dating that woman?
I had never been in one.
So at some point, it looks like people blocking each other. Is that right?
Yes.
Tell us how that dynamic worked. Did you always block her, or she always block you?
She would always block me first. It was always something like an argument, not even important. She would get mad about, and she would block me.
And
My
If the
shirt is
woman's-
on the way.
I was gonna say, if the woman starts the argument and then blocks you, she's setting you up.
yeah.
We are a shifty bunch of characters as females sometimes.
I don't trust any of you.
I don't trust me either.
Hmm.
But I like to say it's all my uterus's fault. She just gets into trouble.
Tweety US News. There's a old Swedish classic movie called translation is the Vacationers, where well, 2 guys in the bathroom on the airport, on the route to the same travel stuffy, and he offers him a drink, and he said, "Oh no, I don't drink. I'm allergic to alcohol." And then the other guy looks at the bottle and says, "Well, who the hell isn't?"
I'm gonna have to see this movie. I feel like it resembles me.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it and if it's got the translation.
Subtitles.
Nicholas, I would love to stream Yetta Canal with you on my Discord. You know the movie?
Oh, that will be. Oh,
I love that
Yeah.
movie. I sort of get a lot of the language. Yetta Canal. It's from like 72 or something, 1972.
Yeah.
It's a Swedish movie.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
There's a previous movie with roughly the same cast. It's called, when you're in the military, after a few years, you're called back for, well, at least in Sweden, you will get called back every 5 years to do a month of, get your training back up to speed.
So like annual
called,
training.
Yeah, so called repmånad. And that movie is even more fun than Göta Kanal. Because
I'm
at
sorry,
one
let's
point
go,
they are
Brandon.
playing war, and you see, and they drive up in the lorry, and somebody stops. No, the bridge is blown up. No, it isn't. We can see it right there. No, it's blown up. Okay, so they drive back. It's out of picture for, in the movie, half an hour, but a few minutes, where they buy paint, and then you just see a lorry driving by with a helicopter on it, written on it, and they drive.
It's that
over
kind
the
of
bridge.
it's that kind of crazy movie. They're doing a race through a canal because there's a wealthy Saudi Arabia guy that wants to buy boats, and he's trying to see which are the fastest boats. So they're competing, racing through these canals that cross Sweden, and and shenanigans ensue.
Oh,
It's a great movie. We'll do it. We'll put that together.
David, you were supposed to be the adult. We've been on Swedish movie talk. I love it.
Okay.
I'm here for it.
I'm gonna be back.
well, the plane communication system went down, and we are heading back to the gate. FML.
I am so sorry.
At least you get a rainbow super chat banner out of this. Teal.
Hey, teal is my color.
Oh crap! I don't keep score, but yeah.
Brandon, you're awesome. Just
Brandon, thank you so much. After YouTube takes their cut, this is going to go to my new office share fund. Because for those of you who watched me yesterday or the day before, I'm currently in a lawn chair. Because, well, my previous office chair, this very nice leather thing, this is the tilt on it because I broke it.
oh no.
Yeah, it's been around for 4 years. It's uncomfortable, and I really didn't want it, but it was a gift, so I had to. Because sometimes my girlfriend does funny things with me, and I appreciate that. And it was a gift from her, and yeah, sometimes you have to simp because what you get out of it. Maybe I'm an OnlyFans girl.
You could be classified.
She gives me gifts, and I
You
have
all
funny
suck
times with
so
her.
many. Y'all suck so much. I have children that are going to come home and I cannot drink.
I found this. I forgot about this. This thing is huge.
Oh, but Michigan laws can you do this according to Michigan DUI laws? Is it enough for you to sit in the car to get
Yeah,
a
that
DUI?
is a good question.
I'm on private property, so technically
Okay.
this would be an open intox.
Oh.
If I was on a public road, but I'm on
Yeah,
private
but-
property, so we're good.
Yeah, but I've read about in some state you can get a DUI if you're drunk an hour after you get home, because then technically you could have been drunk on the way home.
They have to prove that you were intoxicated at the time you drive. I had a young lady that was on the side of the road, like off in a field and drunk off of her ass, and the police pulled her over. Or not, the police didn't pull her over because she was already pulled over, sleeping in her car.
We're already pulled over. We can't pull over anymore.
So yeah, no, they charged her with DUI, and their argument was, well, she drove there drunk and then parked in the field and passed out. And I said, but you found a bunch of empty liquor bottles. She could have drank that after she parked
could have been
already,
field
and that would have been
drinking.
fine. Yeah, she could have been field drinking, and that would have been fine. That's not illegal. But the jury didn't believe us.
All right. Saturday, I've got limoncello that is just done steeping. We're having a Saturday stream.
We are having a Saturday stream because on Saturday we will do we'll do the last of the prosecution's case and the opening statements. That will be on Saturday. So yeah, that will
I
be
will
interesting.
explain to Mr. Mo that I will be drunk and he will be. So I dance like Elaine, but drunk me thinks I have moves. And I'm
Okay.
just glad that
We need
if
to
never
get
been-
Mo to monetization. Just go subscribe to Mo immediately because we need her monetized for this. Not until Saturday might be a bit rough.
Yeah. Well, it's
So,
as long as my
but
husband knows,
within a
someone
few
has to be
months.
the adult.
Yeah, someone has to cite the adult. David, you were supposed to help us adult this thing.
We have spent 30 minutes on Swedish movies and how do we get drunk, which I'm here
All right,
for.
let's get. I want to hear this boy's testimony.
I want to hear him
Yep.
cry some more. He gave her
That's what you said.
flowers.
No, you saw, I saw some text messages. There's a flavor of some of the arguments. Was it all like that? Is that the representation of the discussions you have?
It's pretty what it was. She would say at first, I'm blocking you and stop talking to me. To the next time we were talking to, why aren't you answering? Please text me back. Somewhere around that, she was texting me, just saying to text it back.
So she would block you, she would call you, or how would she get back in touch with you? How would she block you?
Unblock me and call me
That wasn't me.
sometime around the day. I don't know when. And I would call her back, or I would answer the phone and she would call me.
And it was back to the relationship.
Yeah.
At some point, did you block her
Yeah.
or stop talking to her? Tell us if you try to exit the relationship with someone.
It was around January. I tried to stop talking to her. I was done with everything that she was telling me. I wanted to stop talking to her. And when I did, we had to stop talking for a week almost. And she decided to tell her friend to text me if I was okay or not. If I was okay, if I was alive or something.
Did she want you to call her?
Yeah.
Did you?
I called her back.
And did you talk?
We did talk.
And how did that go? This is in January.
January, it was pretty fine.
It's not what I thought he said.
Wanted to keep something between us still, but I still believe that we were going back into the relationship, that we were still something.
So at that point, January was probably some relationship. And do you guys play the same games?
Yes, during those times, she would ask me to come out again, multiple times.
And we come up on those times in January. How did you receive? Did you receive with welcome, or was she happy to see you? So this is some of that. Tell us.
I believe that she wanted me to come up, and when I did, she would tell me that I can't come outside, I can't go, I'm busy, and also somewhat of anger towards me.
She had anger from you?
Yes.
How would she express that?
She would ask me, why are you up here? Why did you come up here?
As a
And I was
woman,
told
she
because
sounds
you
like
told
way
me
too much daggone
you wanted
work.
to come up there to see you, and that you wanted to see me.
Was this always on text or was it on FaceTime? Phone?
Text and on FaceTime.
So you would, so in January, did you go in January and try to visit?
Yes,
And what happened you got there? Was it one month or was it once in January? Did you know?
it was twice on January. The first time I decided to come up, and I had gotten a hotel and stay there, and she had later found out that I was staying in the second hotel. And she said she wanted to
I've
come
been
up
on
to see
Jeff's
me,
stream,
but she couldn't because he's
keeping up with
take care of
him
the child.
shot-wise
And
and
I was
drinking
okay with
beer
that.
in between shots. So
So we figured
she had
that this is a
moved to some place
6-hour
with
round
space.
trip, correct?
no,
So I don't know
one
if it's
way.
6 hour rounds. It's one way. Yeah.
She had texted me back in.
So she would say, "Come up," and then she would say, "I can't
believe
see you,
November
and
or
I don't
October.
like you anymore."
Yeah, this guy's
Even-
he's being messed
even
with.
Even if it's a 3-hour trip, that's still a B
I saw
move.
her just by her mother's place. She saw me outside her house, and I had waved hi to her, and she waved back at me. And then she told me to go back to my hotel, and I did.
I agree, Salvador, but I can't show it.
Yes, mostly, and also just exploring Portsmouth and surrounding areas.
Technically, he might have.
I mean, this was kind of
Mostly
transactional.
hotel
Yeah,
in January.
that's a hell of a lot of transaction for
In my
one
truck.
time.
Not for a couple hours, just to drive around in January.
Tell us about the second time you went.
I went up and I decided not to tell her. And I was staying in the hotel again, but I was also around Portsmouth and Dover, and that's it. So that's what I can recall from those memories from those times.
When was the next time you went to visit? Well, let me ask you this. You seem to have a penchant for video and photography, is that what they say?
Yes.
And that's something you do or something you have enjoyed your life, or tell us why you do it and what you do.
I mostly take pictures of anything, or it's just a random thought that I think of.
Take pictures of Rachel.
Um,
Well, your wife, she sent you pictures. Take pictures of her home.
pictures of home.
Okay, maybe talking about how he's good at
Outside of her-
photography,
which
knowing
one?
he's taking lady bit parts.
You would come up to visit.
She had to have known he was taking the pictures, though, right?
I think she was drunk, dead asleep.
Yes.
That's what the prosecutor painted it as. She was
Text her. I would
like
sleep.
blind
Where I was
drunk.
in the area or around her place.
Yeah,
And
and he
she would
waited
be mad at me
until she
while
fell
I was
asleep.
there.
He called her,
Um,
she didn't pick up, and then
told me
he
to go
went
back,
down from the
but
attic and
when I was trying to, she would ask me to
yeah.
come back again. And why did I leave?
pictures of a lady bit.
Oh,
And she was
Yeah.
saying that she was missing me.
I mean, both people are creepy in this story.
Yeah, there's not like a good person in this story.
Most of the times that I was here in New Hampshire.
Well, how many times did you say you were in Hampshire, besides the last year? You were in a relationship with Rachel, how many times did you think you went?
6 times.
Did you see her, did you see her in February?
Yes.
Tell us about that. How was that a planned trip? Did you know you were coming up? Did she know you were coming up? What were the circumstances? We're talking about February 7th, roughly? All right.
Yes. She didn't know I was coming up.
And at that point, was your relationship in a good place, a bad place?
It was in a bad place.
But you came up anyway?
Yes.
Okay, so when you came up February 7th, is that right?
Yes.
You got here, what did you do? And so, did you want to?
I think the
Yes.
Why?
I believe it's something she would want me to do.
And while you were there, did you know you were there?
No.
So,
I'm trying to figure out why they put him on the stand. What advantage they're getting?
You said you thought that would be okay.
He's pathetic.
Yes.
Why do you think?
Sympathy.
Sympathy is the only thing I can think of.
Talk about
Chrome
things.
volume
Just believe
booster.
that if I did this, that she would be.
Now he's talking technical
that I did it,
stuff.
that she would be-
Nicholas, I've got a link to a booster from Potentially Criminal. I'll send it your way.
Did you know that?
Okay,
I didn't know that.
You were talking about
is that one I have to refresh everything to make it work? Then I will use it tomorrow.
No.
I've never tried it yet. I just asked him
the first
for
time
what
you
he
were
uses.
there on the 7th,
Okay.
first time you entered, can you tell us roughly how that went down? I know you're supposed to tell me about interviews with you and things like that, but I want to hear from you. You get there February 7th on Monday. Was it morning?
Early in the morning.
And what happened? When did you go to the mountain?
Sorry.
Take it. You want some water?
Yes, please.
Oh, it doesn't matter if I drunk or sober, my rhythm is spasm roughly in tune.
I dance like Elaine and like everyone's watching.
I think they're really just going for the sympathy points because I don't see anything material coming out of this witness. In fact, it's kind of anti.
If you turn us down and turn the court up, can people turn the volume up on their own thing?
And right before
I
that,
am
had left
adjusting
my beanie, my
your
glasses,
all
my belt,
mic
everything.
volumes.
Apartment over.
Maybe that will.
I asked her multiple times to send me it, and she said that she had lost it on the move. But I didn't believe her because she told me that she saw something like it. She saw something like it, and I thought she had it still. And she also wants to throw it away.
Is this better?
By the way, she's saying what the TV said is in the fireplace before that.
For that she was also going to throw that away. I had also asked her that, and she said that she was going to throw it away, and I begged her not to. That I wanted it back.
So this is
I lowered the volume of our microphones, so maybe it will get better.
Yeah, maybe it's not as shocking.
Which I'm sorry.
But this is about, you gave her the TV set, you gave her the fireplace, then she said she could give it back to you. Then you leave it up, or you get the TV set.
That's true.
I didn't get it back.
Yeah.
She never sent it back.
Sentencing might be very light because I assume this is a first offender as well.
This is the time.
So you won't be getting in and out of prison.
I decided to. Sorry.
Let me ask you this, is something you're proud of?
I'm not. I'm ashamed.
How do you feel telling your brother and sister about this?
Sustained.
I'm ashamed.
You know, ashamed.
Yes.
Oh,
This is your time to tell us what happened. You can.
oh, poor little lamb. Just you met a whore. I'm sorry.
40 minutes until 2 hours, okay? But I bet after this trial, he will have tons of women going after him. There are some women out there who likes simps.
Mo can fix him.
No, Mo learned with her first husband, you cannot fix people. Do not try to fix people. No.
It was the back door.
But if he knows how to stream and stuff, I might, let him live with us for
have to use the crowbar.
a little bit so he can work on my interneting.
Yeah. I wasn't strong to pull it up, to jam it in, to pull it up. And so I decided to go to the back.
Nicholas, wait, be good. Both of us, just.
It's all right. I said the window, the barn door window in the back open. And I did.
So you got in, one go window?
Yes.
We did good, Nicholas. We did good. Just keep breathing.
Yes.
Remember the nail?
I don't really know too much.
So how did it go from there on? They went through that?
Yes. Went in the back. I remember it was being cold that night. And
Oh, it was cold.
I saw my fireplace and TV.
Fathers teach your sons to be
Also
stronger
private.
about
And
rejection, please.
I
Yes,
wanted to leave with it.
that's the biggest problem here.
Yeah.
Was that?
What you said you see one of them.
I wanted to leave with it and take it back with me, but I wasn't strong enough to carry it by myself.
And
Wait.
so,
He's stealing the fireplace back? I'm kind of with him on this.
I had to look for my belongings, my hat, my beanie, I mean, my glasses, and my belt.
you videotaped that one, or can you push that one?
Not
You know his mom was like, you better get that effing fireplace. I paid for that.
Would you find it earlier to shoot it to you?
can't recall
If you
too.
remember.
I can't recall too much with the palms there.
So You looked around, you couldn't find your beanie, you couldn't find your belt. What happened then? Any house keys or
I did.
stock or belt?
I decided to take the house keys
Why?
because I couldn't remember why. It was just an impulsive thought that
What'd you do with those keys?
I'd made a
Salvador,
copy.
we're trying to be good.
Was it something you planned in advance? You said it was impulsive?
Not too much. Didn't point too much along.
So, did you leave the house?
I did. I did leave the house
Can
key.
you tell us what happened there?
I had made a copy.
When did you do that?
I decided to leave and go back to Portsmouth to an Airbnb.
I'm asking where you made the copy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did something else.
There might be
Made
a
a copy.
few new
Walmart.
ones after this trial.
And did you come back to the house right away or what happened?
No,
Tell me when you went.
I went back to Portsmouth to an Airbnb.
And how long were you there?
I
In the
can't
M.
remember
Night
why.
Shyamalan twist, the Airbnb is also
I did
videotaping
stay there
him
for
because they're
hours.
creeps.
Is your memory completely clear what happened?
Not too much there. I
You-
I didn't sleep too much during those days.
Had you slept at all since you were up?
What was that?
Had you slept at all?
No,
What time had you left Pennsylvania?
I had left Pennsylvania around 11, 11 at night on Sunday, Friday.
You drove all night?
Yes.
Did you be asleep when you got here?
No.
So you went into the house, got the key, the Walmart, the coffee, went to your Airbnb. Did you stay asleep there at that point?
No, not yet.
Tell us what happened then. You were the Airbnb for a period of time.
Yes, I was mostly on my phone,
With it,
just scrolling through applications, I remember, sort of, and getting food, and just walking in Portsmouth mostly.
Did you walk around Portsmouth?
Yes.
Did you at some point return to the house?
Yes, I decided to return later to return those keys.
And where'd you put the keys? You remember the opener, you remember the table? If you remember.
Under the table, sir.
And did you do anything with the video or the camera at that point, or what did you do? Tell us what you did. You get that key.
Remember, I decided to still look again for my stuff, but I couldn't find them.
Julie,
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I wanted to take some of her stuff, some of her undergarments. That's it.
was this something you thought out ahead of time?
No.
When did that part occur?
Later on that morning or afternoon, sir.
Yeah, none of this is a valid
Yes.
defense. I think he's just really going after the sympathy.
Yes.
I mean the original.
Oh, yes. Yes.
So at some point, there was the second visit, you picked up some underwear.
Yeah. This is the so-called OnlyFans stalker-trial, but there were no stalking charges,
I can't remember. Sir. I'm sorry.
so, which is kind of weird.
I can't remember. Sir.
But the more I
Gotta
listen,
love-
the more I
You remember at
understand.
some point, you picked up some underwear.
Yes.
And what did you do with the underwear?
I took it back to my truck.
And what did you do with the truck? Took the truck, throw it away?
Yeah, this is all for sympathy. But he did break in. He lived in the attic. He stole her stuff and took pictures of her nether regions.
How about pictures you see?
So I understand the convictions.
Yes, sir.
Did you know the pictures? you
But
got?
Miss
I say there,
OnlyFans
very
girl,
good.
I have
they were
words
just
and
there.
opinions that are roughly 35 minutes
You know your
away.
parameters, you haven't found them?
I just happened to smoke off.
You know the pictures, what happened? You recognize the pictures?
Yes, I recognize the pictures.
What was it about the pictures that you recognized? What?
Mostly Rachel's pictures from years prior. I can't recall what day it was, when they were, but it was of hers.
What is it, a bin, is it in a box?
No, they were almost like a casket, like a little,
In a casket?
yeah,
Box?
yeah.
Were there other things in the box?
Not that I can recall, sir. It was just random things in there.
Any problems in the box?
Phones.
You know?
No, sir. I'm sorry.
So you took some pictures that you took?
I'm sorry.
You took some pictures? So
Yes.
what'd you do with the picture?
I also had them. I took them back also to my truck in the glove box. In the glove box, in the same place where I put the undergarments.
So it wasn't a console in the glove box?
Console. In the console. I'm sorry.
Was that the same trip?
Yes.
And so after you go back to the truck, the underwear and the pictures in the console, where did you do that?
I decided to. I was hungry. I started to become really hungry, and I went to McDonald's and got breakfast.
Well, what time is this?
10?
Had you talked to Rachel yet that day?
No,
Texted her, FaceTime, anything?
not yet.
After breakfast, after you go back, did you go back to the house after breakfast?
Yes.
Did you bring your breakfast with you?
Yes.
Tell us what happened there.
I decided to walk in through the. It was. Sorry. Through the back door of the house, and when I walked in, I just
You
went
went in
upstairs.
the back door.
And
Did you have the key by then?
Crap.
yes, but
You didn't have to use it.
I have to use it.
You walk in, this is February, your boots, Vans, or whatever they're called.
Advanced.
And, so now this is the third time you're in the building, right?
Yes.
And you say you went upstairs, did you leave your Vans there, or did you go upstairs, tell us what happened, if that was the right time. Tell us.
I still have my Vans on.
You say you went upstairs, where upstairs? Did you go?
It's the attic.
The attic. And, you went to the attic, what happened there? What did you do there?
I still want to find my things, and I wonder if they're in the attic or not. And when I couldn't find, I tried to find them in the attic, but it was dark in there.
Who's dark?
It's dark. Even there was some light coming in, it was still dark. See my flashlight. There was some boxes in there, but it couldn't make out what they were inside. But I tried to open them, but found nothing. And then
I read here on New Hampshire, the mandatory minimum for a first-time offender is 3 years.
can't really do too much
Oh.
with that.
Yikes.
That's
He
the
is not going to have
mandatory
fun in
minimum?
prison.
Nope.
That's ridiculous.
Sorry.
Is this all real clear in your mind?
Not too much there. I wasn't thinking straight during this time.
I'll be right back.
I wasn't thinking straight. Sorry.
But as you sit here now, do you remember?
Mo, you missed that he once
Not too much
entered
still.
through the
It's-
back
It's still
door.
very confusing to me too.
Oh,
It's very confusing for me
Yeah.
too.
is
It's
this
very
after he copied the key, though?
Yeah.
So, can you tell us what happened on the 8th? Are you still in the, you spent the night in the attic? What
I
happened?
didn't spend the night in the attic.
What happened?
Oh,
On the 8th.
I thought you guys were going a different way with the
I was
back door
still at the
comment.
Airbnb.
we were trying to be very good.
Rachel decided to call me.
We are trying to adult
Text
over
me.
here, David.
We have
And I was telling her not to.
roughly 30 more minutes until we can
And we
giggle.
were arguing about it. I didn't want to text me.
I'm already at limited monetization.
Stop. Did I
Oh,
block
it's
her?
too
I
late.
tried blocking her. And I had unblocking her again. And we FaceTime. And she
But
said
let's
she missed
avoid
me.
going to red.
Wanted to see me again.
Okay, I
Congratulations.
will.
In the house, it's on the Airbnb.
But then again, we were at yellow
was-
after 5 minutes.
I can
Sorry.
imagine.
Yeah, because yesterday was perfectly all right the entirety of the trial, and now all of a sudden we were in the yellow.
I don't know. I mean, he's admitting to his crimes on the stand.
That's okay. I'm just talking about this.
Mm.
You seem like you're having a fight with Rachel again while you're in the area. Is that right?
Yeah.
Tell us how that went. What happened?
I don't know which judge
I was
drew for this
trying
trial.
to become really sad because I
Admit, I'll share.
didn't know what she would want from me. I didn't know what she would want me to do. Because she would ask me to text her, call her, and then tell me to stop talking to her. That she hated me. So I didn't know what it was like. I don't know what she would want from me
Mark
to
Howard
say
is the judge.
to her.
Oh,
I have no idea
That's
who
on-
he is or
You have the
what
ability to do that.
he's known for
Yes.
in sentence.
She
Oh,
had told me
crap.
she would be happy if I was up there.
I saw that. I was waiting for you to see
She
that.
was really happy if I was there. And I told her I was. And we FaceTimed. I showed her that I was up her street.
Um,
And she sounded excited. She
I'm
told me
quite
to
sure
wait
you're not
and to park somewhere
at
else.
my door,
And
and
she went to
I
park almost
have a thing about
right in front of her
unexpected
house,
visitors.
up street,
But
in front of a fire hydrant.
um,
And I did, and I waited a couple minutes.
I think he's talking about the airplane. I think he's stuck on an
Oh,
airplane.
he's stuck on an
I didn't know where
airplane.
else to park.
What'd you say about the parking?
What I gathered, maybe.
I have this handy.
She felt it was
This,
too open to.
if you have large enough
She felt
pockets,
like
this is a pocket
everyone
knife.
could see her.
Um,
What was going on?
So
but
you-
I do have a few axes and stuff
didn't
like
pick
that
up-
in the
I
barn,
parked my car. And
but I
she came
don't
to
know
my
from
truck. I mean,
where he's
sorry.
flying, and I do
And
think
She just came out again. in
I'm
the
having a
road,
hard
and
time getting
I had
past
to black in the
the
back
security
because it was
with those.
it was snow that it was snowing. It was not snowing, but
Yeah.
there was snow outside.
Here we
but it was
go
really
again.
cold. And I had a blanket in the back for her. I told her to use it, but she didn't want to. And then she
Did you
talked.
say you parked in that place? Did you?
I stayed in that place.
And you remember about what time it was when she came out?
Around between 11 to 12.
Thank you so much.
And
Let's
so
go,
you
Brandon.
actually did the
And
Airbnb before you see her that night?
Yes.
yeah,
Well, but if they don't have
Yep.
any evidence that she encouraged this because it's on a
Talk more than
FaceTime,
that.
then it's her word against his.
What I was doing there. Again,
Yeah.
how was the drive? How I was.
and we
that
discussed
she
that
couldn't believe I
earlier.
was up there against sea.
Get stuff in
Again.
text.
Did she
Just
happen to see you?
if a
yes,
girl
that she didn't really happy.
says something like that,
She did more than
Yep.
that. She
Believe me, I have.
affirmation. Did you really said you
Started
wanted
getting
me to stalk you via
How long
text
that was?
so you can
uh,
get
couple minutes.
evidence,
Yeah.
or just run?
She stopped.
Yeah,
and
there needs to be a boilerplate contract like, yes, I indeed want you to stalk me, signed and notarized.
talked about
Cheers,
she
Brandon.
should go home.
Thank you.
I couldn't be there. And,
I'm gonna get a really nice
Really
office
get home.
chair.
and that I had
Hey, thank you, Brandon.
She tell you we can never go back there again?
Get a heated
Yes.
one and all
to
sorts of fun
come back
stuff.
again.
She mean ever or just the house? You know?
Just the house. Just the house. But I don't know.
Maybe a
to take it
massage chair.
as to leave or still stay because I was still in thought of her telling me to come back
I'm
again
wrong.
later on, or saying that she would miss me or she would get angry at me for leaving. So I didn't know what to do.
What did you do?
I stayed outside her house. I stayed outside her house, and then I waited 5 minutes and I decided to drive away. She saw me drive away, and I was just a couple blocks down, and then I decided to turn back around and wait to wait for her to text me to come back again.
And did that happen?
No, I waited.
She never texted you to come back that way?
No, sir.
So what did you do? After you waited a while?
I just waited on my phone. Mostly listened to music for almost, I don't know, like an hour or so.
Go lift weights and take a testosterone booster.
That would have been typical, right?
It would have been because it was always an hour after I left, she would
Therapy.
text me back to come back to see her.
Go lift heavy things. It always makes me happy.
And after she did.
And Mads, yes, I get it to a point, but he still did crowbar and copy her key.
I decided to go in.
I'm looking for office chairs that
I
manage
decided to go back in.
above 250 pounds. Apparently,
America,
my
we're up.
my old one
Back
didn't.
door again.
We are a fluffy people over here.
Yes. I did.
Yeah, customs and transportation and stuff like that.
Oh,
Well,
like, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
to make too much noise.
So what happened in your house that night? What'd you do?
I didn't think straight that night. I was confused.
Okay, and then I found the page
I was-
with apparently
What you would want me to
office
do.
chairs for companies that can write it off
You wouldn't
because
have built the house that night.
damn,
What was the intent?
intentions?
The Herman Miller Aeron Mineral Fixed Posture Fit Support, $1,500. No,
To talk to her again.
no, absolutely not.
Maybe
You don't want to know the price.
$1,500 or krona?
make her happy again. That I needed in
15,000
or
Swedish
something, 'cause
krona, which is roughly
something
$1,500, and
kinda
that's a
that she
big no.
wanted to
And
do
that's not even the
sometimes.
most expensive share on that page. Jesus Christ.
You-
IKEA.
if you look at a
IKEA.
move, yeah, there you go. Okay, as a Swedish person, are
No,
you
not
like
sexual act.
automatically? Do you understand how to put that together?
No,
Because
no.
IKEA has beat me many times.
Of course. That's in
I
our
was
it's
downstairs.
genetically infused into us.
I
how to
figured as much,
assemble
so I
stuff.
just need
Yeah.
to brother
It's
husband
just-
a Swedish person, and then
I did go upstairs. I did go upstairs.
Mm.
I heard some noise in her room. Some phone
Yeah,
going
because
on.
it's like when you do
Salvador.
normal.
that place is gonna glow under a dark light.
Gross.
Look, I'm gonna bring something from the Joel Guy Jr. case, but you have a sprayer with bleach water in it, and you just go to town.
X share X2 I got okay, but above 250 pounds, because even if I'm at roughly 250 or 240 currently, somewhere around there, I do move around. So it might be when I actually put my ass down in the chair, there's more than 250 pounds of pressure, but I will look into it.
Mads, I was trying to be nice for my husband and put things together myself, and that is a terrible idea.
But when we do normal things, washing our hair, we water everywhere, then shampoo, then we assemble furniture, and then we rinse it out, and yeah.
Hey, I thought that's exactly how I pictured Sweden.
Yeah. But a bunch of my stuff is from IKEA, and I'm not ashamed one bit.
You're
not
the
like
cookies with the
IKEA.
jam in them. Those are my kryptonite. I'm not allowed to go there anymore by myself.
Oh, the ballerina. Yeah, the ballerina cookies are yeah.
I have to watch my 600-pound life in order to stop eating them. Like, you don't want to have to get, a wall taken out for you to get out.
And they have these double chocolate dipped oatmeal cookies.
Oh, my inner and outer fat kid are both there.
Yeah, and I can only buy the small package, because if I buy the big package, yeah,
I have
it's
heard
like
they
watching
have
Garfield eating lasagna.
I have heard that there's like serving sizes that don't involve the entire pack, but I think that's for quitters.
Yeah, but
And-
that's like having a wheel of brie, and it says family size, and I'm a family of one. And
it's like Thor sleeping off his catnip high.
yeah.
Enough catnip for all the cats, but he's bogarted it. And
Okay, let's see. I'm noticing when he's asked about things look bad on him, he says, "I wasn't in my right mind at the time, or I wasn't thinking straight."
he
Yeah,
is.
Well, I believe that's a true statement.
Yeah.
Even if
But,
it's rehearsed, I do believe it's a true statement, because my BS meter isn't going off. Mo,
Indigo, same.
yeah, my BS meter isn't tingling.
Yeah, he seems very authentic, and I'm wondering how oh Lord, how
Either
am I
he's
going to
the
phrase this?
Either he's the best psychopath ever, but then if he wasn't going to fall for this, as he has been.
I wonder how optically, I'm going to say this, I can't think of any other. The cam model is going to appear or come off. When because he's a very sympathetic character, and it does sound like she's older, and she's grooming him, she's asking him for money, making him drive 6 hours there, then telling him to go home. I mean, it all seems like a bunch of just grade A BS that she's putting him through, and I'm wondering
Yeah.
if she will appear as sympathetic.
Yeah. But because we have
It was raining a lot.
maybe just a few minutes left
Well,
of
was
this,
that
and
number?
then it continues the day after, which
Yeah.
I have lined up,
Do you recognize the number?
and that
No.
is
Concerned about someone calling?
Yes.
Did you consider your girlfriend at that point, or not quite?
It was
roughly an hour left,
What do you think is going on? What do you think?
and that's without 1.25.
I think she was my girlfriend. I thought she was. She wanted us to be together. I believe. I knew. It just felt real to me that she wanted us to be together, and
Oh,
that she was okay with me doing these things. Because
Do you go in her room?
yes,
What did you do in her room?
first it was her phone ringing. It was in the floor, in front of the bed. I had to tell her.
Actors? Well,
I had to tap her foot to like, hey, what's going on? And I checked the number, and it
I have
was
another word,
some random number.
but yeah.
And I decided to call it, see what it was. No answer.
You start 6'9".
Yes.
And what did you do?
Salvador,
No.
behave.
I found out it was this person that she knew.
We are 20 minutes away.
Some man named Nate. Something Wilson. Nate.
So you need to be in the boyfriend or something? You know.
I don't know.
What did you do then?
And then,
Rachel the room?
yes,
Did you sleep?
she was.
Did you see Wesley?
I did not.
Who's Robert
What
Blake?
did you do?
he was an actor, I believe,
I believe
before my
it was
time.
A game of ours that she wanted to
Robert
do,
Blake.
and so I decided to
What's with Robert
Yeah.
Blake?
take a picture of.
Gigi, I am not
You
gonna
say a game you played, you actually.
hurt your name.
Blake.
Yes. Yes,
Gigi
that
Bichon?
she was sent to me.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't know.
Yes.
I didn't want to butcher it.
What's she wearing?
French pronunciations, you can have
The road.
15 letters and it's pronounced,
What does she have on?
and
Yes.
Okay, what happened after you took the picture?
I wanted to leave.
You want to leave?
Yes.
Tell us how that was.
Yeah,
I wanted to leave, and then I heard someone call out. And I was,
Someone called out?
yeah. And
yeah, but that's
You know,
because
it sounded like
it
Rachel.
hit every
And
entry
I wanted
at
to go back.
with crime.
She
What state is
started
this?
gasping, and I was
New
scared,
Hampshire.
So I went. She did like a loud gasp, and I went up to my room. I went up to my room.
You said
Yeah.
that, right?
No, not my room. Sorry.
She said.
Yes, but sorry. Just, I went up to the attic, and I had what to do. I wanted to leave. And I heard someone say cops, and so I wanted to leave as soon as possible.
Did you get a text from Rachel?
Yes,
When did you get the text from Rachel? For what? When did you get the text from Rachel?
it was minutes after that,
Minutes after.
saying, "What are you doing? I saw you."
okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And,
Did you answer?
no,
Did she threaten you if you didn't answer?
I knew she would.
Did she threaten to call the police if you didn't answer? She sent you a text like that.
Council, we need to recess for the day. So we will resume. Folks, I think you were given the calendar of 10:30.
Okay. Then it's an hour for poop.
Hopefully he gets his
I'm just looking
tie
at the statute.
centered.
I'm just looking at the statute. He's being charged. I'm assuming it's a felony level, right? B&E.
Not sure. All we heard was burglary, 2 counts. Well, he was charged with 5 counts of burglary, but they reduced 3 of them to criminal trespassing. Then 2 counts of invasion of privacy. He was only convicted of 1, and then illegal recording, and he was guilty of that one. So 2 counts of burglary. But I'm not sure. Don't remember it. They didn't say if it was a class A, class B, or whatever.
Yeah.
But he did steal stuff. Or
I was
took
trying to figure
back.
out if there is a minimum.
Oh, Robert Blake. I recognize that face. He was in. Oh, that.
It says
What
conditional
was?
discharge shall be 3 years for a felony and 1 year for a misdemeanor, but that's like probation. That's not
Okay.
imprisonment.
Yeah, I could definitely. He needs to do something. This was not appropriate, but putting him in jail where he's a little lamb.
That's good. I was concerned. I think he's probably going to get probation.
Robert Blake was the actor who played Baretta in the 70s, and I remember that TV series, a detective of sorts. The noir detective of sorts, solve crimes while drunk, kind of counts.
I have one more comment. Did this guy have any weapons with him when he was living in the attic?
No, he wasn't convicted of having weapons.
Well, could the
If he had
lockpick set
weapons,
be considered?
No,
Okay.
no.
no. He has to
Crowbar didn't
have.
count because
He has
those
to be
were
in possession.
burglary items.
Yeah, those are burglary items,
Okay.
not a firearm. Deadly weapon
Hmm.
is a firearm. It has to be a deadly weapon. If he had a deadly weapon, then it's 3 years mandatory in prison. That's what it is.
Oh, okay, so he might get off with probation for illegal entry. I'm so sorry.
Which seems
No,
right.
believe me, I'm like, how do I say she's going to come off as? And I was like, look as. We are terrible. We can't be. We
Yeah.
can't be allowed.
I actually think our audience, yeah,
We need to go to Rumble. Let's be honest.
yeah. But now we have 1 hour left, which will be in 1.25, so 45 minutes
Okay.
of next day testimony where he continues, and that will probably include the cross-examination, and that will be interesting.
Yeah, I hope that they don't get shrill woman. I mean, this little guy, proto man, is going to need a lot of therapy to find an actual good female person.
Yeah, but let's see here where we go.
Oh, she's still wearing beige.
This is the same day as the
Okay.
closing, so yeah. So this is just the beginning of the end. Yeah. Let's see if I can move this. Judge Howard, yeah. Oh, come on.
Oh, well, his tie is better. And Mom steamed his shirt. Okay.
He still looks like a boy.
Oh,
He looks 12
sound
years old.
on.
Good
Sound on.
Good morning, sir.
I'm not entirely sure what you were left off on Friday. But I'm going to start with a
crap.
couple of technical questions. I want to ask you some questions about.
Did you put it on
when you
125?
remember the first time that Rachel Nunes told you she loved you. Do you remember what the day was?
It was around November.
You know what day November was?
He was.
9th.
I remember this with Blake. His wife
Possible November
went
19th?
unalive,
It
and he was
I remember there was a 9
somewhat
behind it.
accused of it,
It's
but
9
nothing
something.
actually happened.
That's what you were trying.
Yes.
I'm sure now it appears to be a text message. It looks very similar to the text message that's been admitted already. Do you recognize that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And who's in the conversation?
It was between Rachel and I.
And what does it say about how she feels about you?
that she's starting to love me.
So this is really very
Starting to.
early on in the
Is this
conversation.
off already, or is it?
Has she given you your phone number yet? Or you given her your phone number yet at that point?
Yes, I haven't given her my phone number.
And she's also, at this point, do you still think her name is Bella, or do you think it's Rachel?
It's Rachel.
So that's really one of the first indications where you know her
She lied
real
about the name. Okay.
And
Well, I think
you already developed-
Bella might be
you have
her
the same
stage
phone number.
name.
And as far as you know, that's the first time she said she loved you, is that true?
Yes, sir.
How old were you that time? Just in November, how old were you?
Yeah.
Yes,
2
sir.
hours in, and people now are getting the
March 7th,
notifications.
2001.
You're 20, about 6 months at that point? 8 months?
Yes.
When she told you she loved you, how'd you feel about that?
I was starting to feel a bit happy.
How are things, no, check. How are the Marxist exhibit? Full exhibit.
Is there any objection?
Okay.
He drinks a lot of water.
I have a feeling that I'm not looking forward to Cross.
It's just nice to not have to deal with a murder case.
Yeah.
Yes. Although I am reviewing the Joel Guy Jr. case, so
Yeah.
I know, Tweety, I know.
December 7th, talk about December 7th already. That was your first trip up to New Hampshire, is that right?
Yes, sir.
At that point, had you already given the...
Thank you, Salvador, for doing what we can.
Yes, sir.
All the research for us. Yeah.
After you and Rachel, well, you didn't go in and you saw Rachel. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
After that encounter, did she say anything to you about what she do in the TV set?
There are some statics
Yeah.
going on. I don't know from who.
I don't know if it's the court or
Had it in.
it sounds
If I
like
were to show you the
Yeah,
text message, you
it's
have
going.
fresh memory?
Yes, sir.
Some.
Yes.
well, now I feel like it's a real trial because the audio's messed up and
You want to read the bottom one. Does that refresh your memory as to what she told you about the TV set and fireplace?
Yeah.
What she had to say about that?
That I could have it back.
You have them back, right?
Yes.
And that date was the 7th, right?
Correct, sir.
Still the 7th. Now, as I understand it, she sent you away, is that fair?
Yes.
And after she sent you away, did she text you anything about whether or not she wanted to see you after all? If you remember.
Yes, she wanted to.
Do you know what she said?
That she wanted to see me, and that was hot for me.
May I read you on that text message? I can read briefly.
Well, you can refresh his memory with it if you
Sure.
wish.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
I should the text message exchange that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And I forgot to swoop again. Yeah. I will try to swoop before the cross-examination.
I'm sure now I'll appear some text messages between Rachel. These 2 pages you want to take a look at.
well, someone has a really nice printer.
Does that refresh your memory of what she told you as you were driving away?
Yeah. Yes.
And just to give it context, you're, at this point, if these messages come in, you're heading back to Pennsylvania, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And what did she say as you're heading back to Pennsylvania?
That she misses me.
She said anything about seeing you?
Yes.
What did she say about seeing you?
She said that I should come back. But I was already halfway there, so I said I couldn't.
This one I'm only sipping because
The next
it's
day,
actually really
let's
good.
say that on the 7th, you came up unannounced, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'll have to get
And, she reacted to
recommendations.
that so natively.
Yes.
Did you continue to text and talk about that the next day on December 8th?
Yes, sir.
What did she say about
Thank you for your
Thank you.
sacrifice.
coming up like that? If you remember.
That it was hot for me to do that.
Objection passed and answered on Friday.
Right, so overruled, but we are replowing some similar grounds now, so let's try to move it on.
Yeah, guys, this last week.
You did.
David's like, God dang it. You two, I will turn this trial around.
He said, "Dirty minds."
No,
Where
no.
we were provoked,
just
but we
a
will
funny-
remain.
It's just a funny word.
Yeah, it was totally a farming related.
And
Quote.
remember, I'm a farmer. And hearing that word in this context is funny.
No.
I was gonna say I'm gonna jump off so I can get back to my intercourse real quick.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay,
No.
see you in a bit.
We'll keep going. I'm just muting my or turning on my camera and my mic. I'll be back.
Move on. Right.
That's right, go ahead.
And that was on the 8th. She said something along the lines of it was hot for you to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's the
Flux,
night.
I know.
Did she say anything
Phrasing.
else to you? Else the whole thing
Best
happened?
show ever.
Yeah, that's one thing.
I can't remember, sir.
Next one.
Yes.
I have
You're not
found my
helping.
people.
So I reject.
2 more minutes.
All right, can I see you that to see if we've already covered this?
Oh, I have a pit in my stomach just thinking about Cross. This little lamb is gonna be just mad.
Now,
stink.
Mauricio, you sat through Rachel's testimony, is that right?
Yes.
You heard some of the things she was saying to you about the nature of your relationship,
Yes.
and she had a way of characterizing this sort of session. Remember that at all?
Yes.
If I were to sort of feedback to what she said, she's asked, was there ever a time that you want someone to behave like he behaved, like follow you, be obsessed with you? She said, yeah, there were definitely some weird tests and stuff. Is that accurately summarize what was going on?
Yes.
Then she goes on to say, I don't know, I think I want you to be obsessed with me, to do all this stuff, but I didn't mean it. Do you remember she talked about that?
Yes, I do remember.
Did you know that she didn't mean it?
I thought she did mean it.
She, Michelle, I have no further questions.
Right.
You are.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Swoop.
Yeah.
Keeping on.
Thank you. And for you who are new here, that is my Norwegian fire-farting dragon. Because if the knight tries to sneak up on a Norwegian dragon, he is in for a surprise. Yeah, I'm 12 years old. Sue me. Okay, buckle up. According to chat, Cross is brutal. And we are past 2 hours. Miss Page is preparing.
Oh, and she's in angry mode. Even those pics are angrily shuffling.
Morning.
Good morning.
It's
Yes,
called a
Mom.
freaking mic. Okay, well, she's giving him more water.
Yeah, she wants to be sympathetic in the beginning.
Thank you, miss.
Oh, he even said thank you.
So I'd like to begin by asking you,
It's a bit
what
of a
questions about the things
mockery,
you just mentioned,
maybe.
on Twitter. And one of them was
Dear Lord
Rachel's
Jesus,
mom
it's
didn't
called a
offer
lapel
fireplace
mic.
back. You read those messages?
Yes.
And you agree with me, she was offering for you to take that fireplace and the TV back because she didn't like you just came up there.
She is talking fast.
Yes.
Okay. In fact, she said you scared me.
Yes.
And when you had come up on the 7th unannounced, she reacted very poorly to that. Is that right?
Yes, miss.
In fact, she said, don't ever do that.
Yes.
And though she was saying, well, now I wish I had seen you, maybe you should come back. Or sorry, I think she said, I wish that I had seen you. You said, should I come back? And she said, no.
Probably.
Oh,
Yeah.
so she's
you
just
offer
that
to turn
shrill
around,
by
maybe?
herself?
She's shouting so hard that this mic is picking her up. Yeah, there are mosquitoes
Yes.
with Wi-Fi or Bluetooth just to put on.
Now, I want to go back to something that you were talking about on Friday. You had said that it was your belief that you thought Rachel wanted to break into her house.
Yes.
So your claim to this jury is that all the entries you made to her house, you thought were okay.
Yes.
But you'd agree with me that in the 3 months that you and Rachel had been corresponding, she never once invited you into her mother's house.
No.
She invited you to send
And
gifts to her mother's
If not
house.
for breaking in, you probably never would have been invited to her mother's house.
Sustained.
Did you have any reason to believe that Rachel would invite you into her mother's house?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Based on how she had treated you all along, you had no reason to believe that she would ever invite you to her mother's house.
No.
He did break in,
He did break
And,
in, but it's like,
Sorry.
oh,
took pictures of her nether parts. It's
Judge,
yeah.
just let him wear a placard that says I did something really creepy, and
Stand on the corner of the road. I was a
Yeah.
creep against the girl. I'm sorry.
yeah, I'm gonna start taking CrossFit lessons.
I need a woman to teach me.
Look,
sorry,
I already
what was
had
the
to tell
question
my
again?
mom about my first sexual experience. Isn't that
Based on the
enough?
text messages she was sending you and your interaction with her all along, she was never, there was no reason for you to believe that she would ever invite you into her mother's house. Isn't that right?
Right.
In fact, she had specifically said when she was moving back in with her mother that now you guys could never hang out.
Yes.
And she had made specific comments about you not being able to come by because it was her mother's house. Is that right?
Right.
And I think the night of the messages that are in evidence,
You
she was
Americans
upset
have
with you because she said, this
as
is my
much
mother's
word
house,
for
you just can't come here.
female nether parts as we Swedes
Right.
have for
And
snow.
you said, I know, I fucked up.
Yes.
Well, we have to be
So this was something that you
we
knew.
have to be first in
She
something.
did not want you in her mother's house.
Yes.
Son, just say yes and
We covered that she didn't invite you in. But you'd agree with me that nowhere in any of the messages between the two of you, she ever invited you or asked you to break it.
Doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Talk about it. but
yeah, it means that she did
talk
it on
about things like
Facebook.
that.
I heard you talked about it, but I couldn't catch the rest.
We talk things like that. It's similar to things like that.
We talked things like that. She never said, I want you to break into my mother's house.
Well, when you want to be
No.
technical about it,
And the detective flat out asked you if she had ever invited you in, and you said no.
I agree with you, Flux. I see a
I-
little boy who wants to get laid.
yeah,
Repeat that, please.
same.
Sure. Captain Sunderland asked you specifically if she had ever invited you into her mother's house, and you said no.
You object. Let me touch.
Yes.
That's a good thing Mads put up. Couldn't this have been a plea bargain? I mean, if any case is going to be a plea bargain, I would think this one would be.
Mm.
Flux is like poor little and then calls him a name.
Well, shame is good sometimes. Shame helps us grow.
Good to recognize what you appear to be, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing here he was 19 at the time he did this. But I'm looking backwards in time because I do know there are examples. As I said yesterday, if she said, please stalk me, and then all this prompt and tobacco went on,
My question
We
was,
went
Captain
online
Sunderland
and
had specifically
what-
asked you if she invited you
stalker
in, and you
behavior.
told him
There
no.
are examples in recent
Right.
years,
And he specifically asked you if
I
she had
didn't
ever invited you or asked you to break
And
in,
he's
and you told
not-
him
he
no.
might be a smart person, but
That's
not
right.
in that way.
You never mentioned to him that you had talked
But then
about
again, that would be
some
on
sort
the
of
defense
mutual break-in.
to say, look, he Googled.
I'm going
What
to check.
do stalker guys
Wait, can you rephrase?
Sure.
Phrasing.
During the interview that you had with Captain Sunderland, where he gives you the opportunity to tell your side of the story, you never mentioned to him anything about thinking she wanted you to break in.
He's a kid trying to get laid.
Yeah, and I was saying earlier that every guy has to learn at that point that certain women will try to manipulate you, and you get manipulated, and hopefully you'll learn fast and try to avoid women like this victim
Yeah.
sooner rather than later, and don't screw up to the point that you're on
Yes, I
trial.
never
for something.
mentioned
But
that.
it's a learning experience. You all need to learn it. Every man needs to learn this.
Your plan is that you thought she
Sadly,
might
he
have
learned
wanted
it at
this. You
19.
agree with me, breaking into someone's
14.
house is a pretty dangerous thing, right?
Yes.
For instance, if she didn't know that it was you, she could have hurt you in some way.
Another objective moments.
Yes,
Well,
Neil
it is
Rockmaker,
speculative.
according
So,
to evidence,
sustained.
this was the first
You were
woman he has
right.
ever been with in
Did it
any
ever
case.
occur to you how dangerous it would be to break into someone's home?
I'm going to check. You touch.
Mana.
Yeah, this was his first relationship. He seems a little off. Probably didn't have luck with the ladies in person. Did the OnlyFans thing. She gave him some attention because she was giving him money. He gave her more money. She gave him more attention. Then she said, hey, if you want to buy me some gifts, here's a list of gifts. Kind of led him on because she was using him for the money and the gifts. He thought, because he's inexperienced, thought that maybe he actually had something here, and then took it a little too far.
Would it be, I mean, as a mitigating factor, I mean, it seems like she broke off communication and then she would turn on communication again. So She's making a
She was
conscious
messing with
effort.
him.
Yeah.
It did occur to you how dangerous this was to do, to break into someone else's home, correct?
Yes.
But you did this, and you did this repeatedly because it's something that you thought that she wanted.
Yes.
There's
I wanna talk
probably
about,
a lot of things
We
that
talked for
not
a
being
brief second
tried.
about the interview that you did with Captain Sunderland. I want to talk about the
That we can
interview
always
with
speculate
Officer
about.
LaFave. Remember that when you were
Glad that's
initially
over,
arrested?
Flux.
Yeah,
I
glad.
can't recall much.
Sorry that happened to you. Flo.
Okay,
Morning.
but would you know what I'm talking about if I said that interview with Sergeant LaFave?
Yes.
So when you're initially arrested, you told Officer LaFave that you were in there because you wanted to take the fireplace and TV that you had purchased back, right?
Yes.
And her giving you permission to be in your house, that's a pretty significant factor, I think, or something important that you want to share, since you were being charged with burglary, right?
Objection. That Ms. Stacy, he isn't in charge of that part of it.
I'm sorry.
I think the objection is that there's a factual assumption that he had been charged at that point. Attorney Starbridge is saying he had not been at that point. So I don't know the answer, but why don't you rephrase?
Sure. Let me rephrase. The officer just arrested you, right?
Yes.
And she wants to give you the opportunity to tell your side of the story, right?
Yes.
What?
And you don't mention anything about her giving you some sort of permission to break in.
He didn't invoke his rights. So you don't talk to the police people.
Yes,
didn't
they
mention
don't want to help you with your situation.
In fact,
They
you
want to
told
Not
her
tell
that
legal
you were there
advice.
simply to reclaim a
Men
fireplace.
would advise, clam up,
Yes.
ask for a lawyer.
And when she comes to arrest you, you run away from her, is that right?
Yes.
In fact, you go into the roof in your socks.
Yes.
In the snow.
Yes.
Yeah, this is, as I see it, this is a very, very insecure boy who has a hard time with boundaries. So maybe she speculatively, this was not the first time she led a guy on for profit, speculatively, because it seems to me as she has some
This-
experience with
Yeah,
this.
this seems to be a pattern of behavior. I mean, this doesn't seem like the first time she's done this.
Yeah,
Well,
and
and
if
it
she
doesn't
then
really matter.
lands a guy,
She's done this before. In my opinion,
No.
she reached out to him. She gave him her address. She invited him over a 6-hour drive. Then told him to go. Let him in the apartment. Then she said, "No, I can't do anything with you. I can't hang out with you because I'm going to go to the club." They had like interpersonal relations, beyond physical relations and beyond just messaging on OnlyFans. This went beyond just someone who was infatuated with an OnlyFans model and just sort of stalked her from a distance. They had communication. She invited him over. She gave him the address.
Yeah, I mean, she's like, send the fireplace to my mom's house.
yeah, and so
Am I breaking up?
I imagine this is why there's no stalker charge in this, just breaking and entry, illegal trespassing, invasion of privacy, and illegal recording, but no stalker charge.
So when are we going to go after Law and C-Word for these salacious titles? Because there is no charge for stalking, and yet it's the OnlyFans stalker trial.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was a little misled with the title.
but they are clickbaity. I know. Of course, I do a bit of clickbaity, but I don't go past what's actually in trials. So that's why I said it's New Hampshire versus Mauricio Guerrero. Then I refer it to the OnlyFans stalker trial because that's what the public knows it as.
Yeah, I did that with
Yeah.
Anderson It was
Yeah.
the obsessed ex-boyfriend trial until I started actually watching the trial. I think day 3.
Yeah.
I was like, it's not the obsessed ex-boyfriend trial. This is the Muppet Show.
This is the, yeah, I don't know how I would refer to it, but guy in attic trial, something like that.
Yeah. Awkward man trial. Manlet.
Yeah. OnlyFans girl leads on a guy who doesn't understand the boundaries trial.
And she blurred those boundaries so much. I mean, you don't excuse the attic thing, but again, she kind of led him on, and if he's extremely literal or even on the spectrum, he's not gonna get that she's not being real about this.
Yeah, I know David is breaking up a bit when he speaks into his other laptop, but he's not parenting us. So, yeah.
Well, let's see how much more she destroys his soul.
Yeah.
At that point that she's coming up the stairs to arrest you,
Good Lord, she
you
is
don't
lying.
mention anything to her about this being okay with Rachel.
Yes,
because I was
folks.
scared at the time.
I heard this because
I
I'm
was
scared.
scared at the time. And
Scared.
couldn't really talk.
I want to talk for a minute about
Okay, didn't know that.
the note that you wrote when you were in Captain Sunderland.
Every time someone goes into mass media,
Yes.
And that was a
everything
letter to
turns
Rachel,
clickbaity.
right?
Yes.
And that letter starts off with, I don't know why I did this, I'm so stupid, right?
Yes.
And this also says what I did was a scary thing to do.
Yes.
I'm a horrible person.
Yes.
Ma'am.
I made
that's
your life
enough.
miserable by doing this to you.
Yes.
I didn't mean for this to happen to you.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that nowhere in this note does it say, I thought that you would like this.
Yes.
Nowhere in this note was, I was doing this because I thought you'd find it sexy.
Yes.
Nowhere in this note does it say, I thought you'd be happy.
Yes.
Wait, so then the police told him to write this I'm sorry note? And now, well, they do say the cannon will be used against you, but
Yeah.
So let me ask you, if you were doing this because you thought she wanted it, you were doing this to make her happy, is that right?
Yes.
And you thought that when
Tell
she
her your
found out-
story
when she
and we
found
will
out
try to
about
make
breaking
something
in,
out
she'd
of
be
this
pleased.
thing. And
Yes.
since he wasn't
Well, so I want to go back to
having
the
a
January
lawyer,
20th
he believed them.
entry,
oh,
okay?
Sadly not unusual.
You'd agree with me that after the January 20th entry, you never,
I'm going to object. Again, this refers to facts and not evidence.
well, at least his defense
please come
attorney's
forward.
doing more than Letitia's did. All right, children,
Okay.
the cops are always trying to convict you.
Yeah.
Yep. Awkward man child trial. I like that one. I
Yes,
just got back,
Flux,
so I didn't know.
let me back up a little bit. January 19th through the 20th of 2022.
Same, all of my
You came up to New
children.
Hampshire, right?
Yes.
You drove 350 miles to come to Summerford.
Yes.
Takes you like 5.5 hours without traffic?
6.
6. And you didn't tell Rachel you were coming.
No.
You never told Rachel
That's-
you came.
No.
You never told the police officers that you came.
I can't recall if I did or not.
Okay. Well, you specifically asked when you came up in January. You mentioned the 10th through the 13th, but you never mentioned the 20th.
I can't recall, miss.
23.
Miss Gage is doing a good job here as a
You agree with me that it says after the time,
Council, which son, 2 or 3?
this is the one with Captain
The
Sunderland?
guy, she's yelling. So loud.
23. So you
Yeah,
agree with
she
me that
is.
he says, after the 10th, how many times did you show up? And you said, this was my plan.
Oh, this is a Letitia pitch. Whew.
What was the question?
Sure. You never mentioned to Captain Sunderland that you were here on the 20th.
No, I did not.
In fact, you specifically omitted it during your interviews.
He was probably scared
Did he
to death.
ask? Did he ask?
I did.
But you were here on the 19th and 20th, right?
Yes. Yes.
Well, isn't
And
that
while
when
you
they?
were here, you came in through the back barn window into Rachel's home.
Can't recall those days, miss.
Oh no, is she
Well, I
gonna
can
walk
refresh your
back
memory.
there? Son, just say yes to everything she asks you and get this over with.
Yes. After he bought her a TV and a fireplace, they had sex.
She opened the door in a little gray robe with nothing underneath, removed his belt.
Kept his beanie. It's just
I mean, I'd have thought there was something going on, you know.
yeah, I mean, and she said she loved him.
This is a poem you took, sorry, a picture you took of a poem in Rachel's back barn, right?
Oh,
Right.
don't photograph your
And that's a
crimes.
picture you took of a poem that she had written in grade school.
Right.
And you took that photograph on January 20th, 2022 at 3:28 in the morning.
Can't remember taking that picture.
You can't remember taking that picture, but you remember something significant like breaking in, right?
No.
Yes, Tweety,
Can't remember that
I'm
much from
definitely
those days.
thinking about it.
You can't remember that much from the dates. We're not talking about the February break-ins, when I know you said you hadn't slept very much. We're talking about January, when you made a 350-mile trip here. All right, you seem to remember that, but you do not remember breaking into her home on that day.
Remember.
Why did you put him on the stand? This is
Do
terrible.
you have any reason to believe you didn't break into her home in January?
At work.
I'm sorry,
I had work.
you had work?
Yeah, I had
What do you mean by that?
a bit of work in the morning.
So, do you have any reason to believe
Yeah.
that you didn't break into her
Yes.
house in January?
Quite a lot of evidence against him.
Yeah, there's a lot. Photographs.
No, miss.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I missed that.
No, miss.
Hey, Valhalla is awake.
In fact, we saw
Valhalla.
the video together of you sticking your arm in with your phone to see if you could open that window, right?
Right.
And that was in an attempt to get into her home.
yeah. Hun, just answer the question. You've already admitted to breaking into the house. She's gonna keep shrilling. Just
He's not on trial for stalking. He's on trial for burgling, invasion of privacy, and illegal recording. And if you watched
Yes, so why
yesterday,
is it
we
titled?
had.
I was going to say, why is it titled
Sure.
"The Stalking"?
Talking about the video.
That's stupid.
You
Because
reached in
Law
and
and
you were
C
trying
word
to get the
is
window open. Doing
sensationalizing
that
it.
because you were trying to get into your home, right?
Right.
And you ultimately did get into your home, right?
In
Right.
certain parts of the
And
world,
once you were in your
that's
home,
weird.
you went through her blue or red tub and you went through her items, right?
Yes.
And you photographed a poem that she wrote in middle school, right?
Yes.
You
You
go
did all
listen to
that
this,
in
and
January.
I'll take
You
a
came up with that
short break.
counter, right?
Okay.
Right.
And are you also saying that you did that January break-in because you thought it was something that she wanted,
Yes.
but you never told her about it?
Yes.
I had an idea for a love
All right, let's move into the
Contract app.
February break-ins.
I was developing with another family
When you
law
broke
attorney,
in on February 7th,
It's gonna
it was still dark out.
integrated with all
Right.
social media. It was going to
Yes.
be brilliant.
Right, so
Yes,
Rachel
we
and
need
Mom
a
Weston, they were
notary
also
for
sleeping.
hooker uppery thing.
Yes.
And I think you said
Essentially, that was it, but it was
that
like
you
implied.
broke in that time by coming in through
consent,
the
so to
window.
Yes.
And that's after you had tried to pry a bunch of windows open, right?
Yes.
And in doing that, you damaged several of the windows, correct?
Are they going to make him do restitution on the
No,
windows? For the love of Cheetos.
Just
Yep.
the marks.
Right, I mean, now gouges in her wood, so you damaged the windows.
Yes, you damaged her windows. She's not trying to trick you. You've already admitted to a crime
No.
of crowbarring her windows.
No, you don't think you damaged the windows?
No.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, well, what about the window that was broken in the back car and you damaged that, didn't you?
I have a Twitter I'm learning to use on the little
Yes.
down
And you
thing.
did that because you thought it was something that she'd want, for you to damage from others.
But I think if
Yes.
David can give you my email,
And so you
which
break
works
in the
better
early
too
morning
because I
hours,
am terror bad.
and you're there for what, for a couple of hours before you steal her keys, is that fair to say?
You want me to put your email in the chat?
Oh, yeah, sure. Only to send gifts and such.
Okay.
Okay. According to the what do you call it, the conviction, let's see here, the prosecutions and the defense closing argument, and what we have found out. She was an OnlyFans girl. He went to OnlyFans. They connected. She gave him her number and her address to start sending her stuff. They had intercourse once, and maybe
certain
more according to the
physical
chat.
activities. They also had certain physical activities.
Certain physical activities in relation to him giving her stuff. Then it gets a bit weird when he says that she asked him to stalk her as a fantasy, and also she asked him to grape as a fantasy.
Yeah.
And then it was. Don't forget about the list of gifts that she asked.
Yeah, she gave him a list of gifts.
Yeah, apparently this is a thing. You just send your Amazon wish list to your people.
Yeah. And then it got a bit weird when she blocked him and unblocked him back and forth. And this guy who is very awkward, no sense of boundaries, broke into her home, stayed in the attic, as you do, took pictures of her poetry and her vagine. And yeah, and that's where we got into the burglary, invasion of privacy, and illegal recording charges.
Yeah.
Well,
But
what he
he's
did
not-
with the burglary, he broke in, lived in the
Mm.
attic a bit. She then kind of like was pissed that he was around. But prior to that, so he started taking the stuff back that he gifted her. That's the burglary stuff. And then
Yeah.
he's not being charged with rape or anything like that because it was consensual or it was transactional. But either way, he's not being charged with any devious activities.
I don't think any of these are, maybe they're illegal recording, but I don't think any of these are SA crimes he is accused of or was accused of.
Yeah, I do
So-
wonder if they're going to try to put him on a registry for the illegal
of the-
lady
yeah.
bit parts.
Well, if those are his charges, I would be highly. I would assume that he's not going to be on a registry because the nature of those charges don't have the underlying sexual component to it.
Mhm.
So, but again, I don't know the law. I was looking at the statute earlier for minimum sentencing and stuff like that. It says nothing about registry. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the only thing I'm worried about. I'm hoping that they can give him parole and maybe make him do a weightlifting class. And then-
according of what I read, he is out on bail awaiting sentencing, so that they haven't locked him up.
he's not getting
So
jail. He's getting probation. That's what I read.
I just don't understand why
the
this
statute.
wasn't a plea deal. I understand that it can be a sensational case, but this is a plea deal. Like, write a sorry letter, wear a placard that you were kind of creepy, and you can't be on the internet for a year or something like that.
So, this is a perfect case for a plea deal. You're right. This is the type of case that we plead all day long because it's clear your guy is guilty. It's clear there's some underlying mitigation damages, and you should be able to work out a plea deal with that. However, sometimes you have the victim that's really pushing the issue, and because this is kind of a headline grabbing case, the prosecutor or the assistant prosecutor could feel like they don't want to go against what the victim's wishes are. A lot of times the victim doesn't have a say. Well, all the time the victim doesn't have a say in it. But that might be a contributing factor here.
yeah, according
It's
to
in the
Heather
newspapers, the
Mosher,
victim doesn't want it.
according to Heather Mosher, prosecution wanted jail time for plea, so defense said no. And I actually think that was a good call, because I really don't
Yeah, 'cause I
see
don't think he's
jail
getting jail.
if there is allowed probation in the sentencing. I would assume, because I haven't even heard the prosecution's case in chief, only the closings, and now the defense case in chief, which is his testimony. And if everything that is said, how much she led him on up until the breaking and entry stuff.
Yeah,
she's
it's really
We're 2.5 hours in. She's a grade A bitch.
seconded. It's now moves forward as a motion, and we all agree.
Yeah.
Can we also ban her from OnlyFans? Like, I feel like this is a double offender thing.
Yeah, she went from OnlyFans, where you're not supposed to meet your
Yeah, that's the
acquaintances,
creepy.
to inviting him in and receiving gifts for sex.
Yeah, that.
And that moves on from OnlyFans to
The oldest profession in the entire world.
yeah.
Thank you.
Go over and subscribe to Mo's channel immediately.
I'm breaking down the Joel Guy Jr. trial right now, and the video that just went up today, warning, has the body cam footage. They blur out most of the things, but there's a doggo crying pretty loudly.
Oh. Yeah, but let's
Get back to this
through
woman
this.
just
We
killing
have
his
rough
soul.
You agree with me that
left.
around, that you're getting there around like 4 in the morning, right?
Thank you. Little lamb, just say yes. You did it, and we'll move on.
I
But
don't
the
know.
mean lady's gonna keep shrieking at you.
Well, if the location data puts you around there at 4 o'clock in the morning, do you have any reason to doubt that?
No.
When Victoria said her keys didn't go missing until around 8 a.m., right?
Yes.
So you're there for several hours waiting to steal those keys, right?
Yes.
And are you hiding in the attic at that point, or are you in the back room area?
I don't remember where.
But you're hiding, right?
Yes.
And that's so no one sees you,
Yes.
because you think this is something that she wants.
Yes.
So her mother comes, that she moved her car and put the keys on like the counter or the couch area, and then you come out and take them. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's after she like goes upstairs or goes into the other room?
Don't remember.
Okay. Well, she's still there when you take the keys, right?
Phrasing, Nicola. Phrasing.
Don't remember, miss. I don't remember.
I think
I
her
would have
phrasing
a
was
very-
intentional.
Well, you agree with me that that morning when you're in there and you're taking the keys, you don't let anyone know.
Screenshot this. Screenshot this.
No.
Mr. Mo could be encouraged
And later
to, I
that
think,
day,
go with it, but we have a long
Rob
YouTube wish
goes back
list.
in to return the keys, right?
Yes.
And before he did that, he waited until they were sleeping, right?
Yes.
Does this count as a double sandwich?
And when you enter the
Maureen?
house, you make sure not to make any noise, right?
Yes.
I don't know.
And you return the keys because you don't
I
want them
only
to
know really
catch
weird
on that something's
Kindle
going on, right?
smut
Yes.
that I send to my husband at 3 a.m.
And while you're there, you go upstairs.
There's
to
an
the hall,
entire
right?
genre of Yeti and
I'm
Bigfoot.
trying.
Yes.
Wait, hang on. He goes
You see
upstairs.
Rachel's underwear on the hallway storage area.
Not that
Yes.
we have seen
And this is all while they're
Eustace
sleeping.
mom's credit card. That's about it.
Yes.
But we don't know since
And you're
the
doing this because you think it's
prosecution
what she
case in
wants.
chief
Is
hasn't
that what
arrived
your
yet.
claim is?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that at no point did that second, or during that second entry, when you're returning the keys and you're stealing underwear and photographs, you never tell anyone that you're there, right?
Yes.
In fact, you're doing things to make sure that they don't catch you there, right?
Yes.
Like coming in at night, right?
Yes.
Like tiptoeing around the house.
It's only
Right.
coming at night. Okay.
Yes.
And returning keys so they don't
Can you
notice
pause it real
anything
quick?
going wrong, right?
Yes.
David?
Okay.
Did you ask me to pause, David?
Yeah, because
You're
she
breaking
said
up.
that he was hide. Oh, God. All right, just keep playing. I'll be back.
Okay.
And the next day, the 8th, this is like after you're coming back with McDonald's, you come back.
He brought
this
from
time it's daytime, right?
McDonald's.
Yes.
But you make sure that there's no one home before you go in on that occasion, correct?
Uh-huh. Look, if he brought her a 9-piece
Yes.
McNuggets,
You know what Rachel and Mom
I'm a
tried at
cheap
that
date.
point, right?
Yes.
And you make sure that there's no cars in the driveway when you go back into that house, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you have some food with you, right?
Yes.
And you have some drinks too, right?
Yes.
And you store those in the attic at that point for later.
Yes.
And that's because you know you're coming back, right?
No. No.
No? Well, why
Is
would
that
you
like a
put
Big
food in
Mac?
the attic if you're not coming back?
I don't know why.
I remember Big Tasty. It was popular a couple of years ago on McDonald's. It was bun, sauce, patty, bacon, patty, cheese, hot sauce of sorts. Yeah, I remember the Big Tasty on McDonald's. That was a great burger.
I'm just saying, like, you bring me some chicken nuggets and my own dipping sauce, and I don't have to share with all the kids. You know, live in my attic forever. We're good. I get my own nugget meal. We're I'm a cheap date. What can I say?
Sometimes BK here has an offer of 20 chicken nuggets for like $3. And of course, I ordered 2 of those. And yeah.
Aw, I love Miss Flux. She's making you a PB&J. I knew I
Yeah.
would marry Mr. Mo when I already had 3 little girls from my first marriage thing. And the older 2 somehow flooded the upstairs, and it was raining downstairs in his house. And he just was like, "Ah, it's okay. I can fix it." And I was like, "That is a guy I'm going to marry." He's stuck with me forever now.
I made it back. My laptop was dying. I'm doing this from my car today, obviously. But did she say that he was hiding out in a storage unit, like off of the hallway? Is that what I heard? Because I thought he was hiding in the attic.
Well, I think so all the poetry and stuff was from a barn that they had. So I thought it was hiding in the barn, but then moved to the attic. I don't know.
The 8th.
Maybe we'll find
so
it.
After you're coming back with McDonald's, you come back, but this time it's daytime, right?
Yes.
But you make sure that there's no one home before you go in on that occasion, correct?
Go back a little more.
No.
No, you don't think you damaged the windows?
No.
Hey, well, what about the window that was broken in the back car and you damaged that, didn't you?
Yes.
And you did that because you thought it was something that you'd want for you to damage your mother's home.
Well, when you say it like that.
Yes.
And so you break in the early morning hours, and you're there for what, for a couple of hours before you steal her keys? Is that fair to say?
Oh, she said it. She is now a lawyer. She said, "Is that fair to say?"
I don't know.
Okay, well, you agree with me that you're getting there around like 4 in the morning, right?
Tweety, that is the question because we don't. He claims that she asked or said it on FaceTime, and there's no text that.
Well, if the location data puts you around there at 4 o'clock in the morning, do you have any reason to doubt that?
She hasn't said it yet, so your bingo cards do not have that
Victoria
bluff
said her
filled.
keys didn't go missing until around 8 a.m., right?
Yes.
So you're there for several hours waiting to steal those keys, right?
Yes.
And are you hiding in the attic at that point, or are you in the back room area?
Okay, I hear the difference.
Okay.
I don't remember where.
But you're hiding, right?
Yes.
Just
That's
say
what no
that
one
they were
sees.
doing a Sarah Boone and he was actually hiding. He couldn't find a
Yes.
Because you
suitcase.
think this is something that she wants.
Yes.
So her mother comes, or that she moved her car and put the keys on like the counter or the couch area, and then you come out and take them. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's after she like goes upstairs or goes into the other room.
Don't remember.
Okay. Well, she's still there when you take the keys, right?
Don't remember, miss. I don't remember.
Well, you'd agree with me that that morning when you're in there and you're taking the keys, you don't let anyone know what you're doing.
No.
And later that day, you said you broke back in to return the keys, right?
Yes.
And before you did that, you waited until they were sleeping, right?
Yes.
And when you enter the house, you make sure not to make any noise, right?
Yes.
And you return the keys because you don't want them to catch on that something's going on, right?
Yes.
And while you're there, you go upstairs into the hallway, right?
Yes.
And you take Rachel's Thunderbird out of the hallway storage area.
Yes.
And this is all while they're sleeping.
Yes.
And you're doing this because you think it's what she wants. Is that what your claim is?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that at no point did that second, or during that second entry, when you're returning the keys, and you're stealing the underwear and photographs, you never tell anyone that you're there, right?
Yes.
In fact, you're doing things to make sure that they don't catch you there, right?
Yes.
Like coming in at night, right?
Yes.
Like tiptoeing around the house, right?
Yes.
And returning keys so they don't notice anything's going wrong, right?
Yes.
And the next day, the 8th, this is like after you're coming back with McDonald's, you come back, but this time it's daytime, right?
Yes.
But you make sure that there's no one home before you go in on that occasion, correct?
Yes.
You know what Rachel and her mom tried at that point, right?
Yes.
And you make sure that there's no cars in the driveway when you go back into that house, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you have some food with you, right?
Yes.
And you have some drinks too, right?
Yes.
Listen to this
And
cross. It's beautiful.
Yeah, she's leading him. Just yes, I did this. Everything is lined
And
up. She's doing
She's
this.
framing it exactly how she wants it to be framed, and all he is doing is sitting there saying yes, 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 and it's beautiful cross-examination. I wish I could get that out of some people I cross.
Well, but what could he do to throw her off her game? I mean, he's taking long pauses. What would you advise your client to do at this?
Well,
Well,
I can't
other-
advise my client how to testify, but I can try to prepare them a little bit. But some of the way well, first of all, it's tough because of the way she's doing it. She's breaking it down into small segments. Was that when you were hiding in the closet before you went to the attic? Yes. Okay. How are you going to refute that?
Yeah.
And you brought, she didn't know you were there, correct? Yes. And you brought food with you? Yes. So, you kind of just walking him to that point where he can't really sort of worm out of it. The problem with a lot of cross-examination is it's too complicated. And if you ask a complicated question, then it allows the witness to kind of worm out of it. She's not leaving him any room. It's very good cross.
If she could just do it in a different pitch, because she's hurting my cat's
Well,
ears.
Yeah. And I have headphones in, so it's going straight into my brain.
Oh,
But no, it's just beautiful. When you sit there and you hear the small, simple, short questions.
she really is. I mean, she's not letting him wiggle out of anything. And I just wish part of me just wishes he would say yes because he's already admitted on the stand to going in.
I mean, she's definitely shaming him a touch, but it's
Or-
very good cross.
Well, yeah.
That's all I wanted
Yeah.
to say. It's very good. This is an example of like perfect cross examination so far.
Yeah, it's impressive actually. And I know we joked about her yesterday, Miss Page and everything, but she is really good at her job.
And I will say for her closing, I mean, it's a terrible fact pattern for her too. You have a severely unlikable person in the cam model. We haven't heard her testimony yet, but you have the bad facts of this is a cam model. She, led him on, she did this on and off thing. So she did a good job of marrying the bad facts in her case, but also saying, but this is what the law says, and he did something not good.
Yeah.
That's all. I wanted to pop in and
Do
just
you
give
store
her.
those in the attic at that point for later?
Yes.
And that's because you know you're coming back, right?
No. No.
No? Well, why would you put food in the attic if you're not coming back?
I don't know why.
Do you agree that it would be much easier to just take the food with you?
I don't know.
And while you're there in the house, Rachel's texting you and specifically asking if you're in town, right?
Yes.
And you tell her no, right?
Right.
And she specifically says, I wanted to make sure you weren't here because my door looked weird. Remember that?
Yes.
And your response is, I'm at work. Right?
But that takes it out of the fantasy realm. She wants to be
Your
stalked,
response
right?
was, I have business to take care of. I don't have the time to drive there for a girl that doesn't like me. Right?
Yeah, but he's a
Yes.
bad
So
witness
she asked
for
you a
that.
couple times
or
if you're there,
explaining
and you
that.
deny each time.
So
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he
You
could have
agree
said
with me that
yes
if this was
because
something
and
you were
gone
doing
on.
in order to make her
Yeah.
happy, you had to tell her at some point, right?
Yes.
And during
She's not
that
going to
second time
prison.
third time that you're in the house, eating the McDonald's, taking photographs and videos of her bedroom, you do not let her know that you were there.
Yes.
And the final entry during that time frame, early morning,
Okay,
early
final
morning
entry.
hours of the night. Again, you wait until everyone's sleeping to come in, right?
Well, he's not going to break
Yes.
in right in the day.
And you'd agree with me that you even texted and called her to make sure she wouldn't wake up if you came in, right?
Yes.
You even called her from a blocked number to do that. Is that right?
Yes.
So you wait till everyone's sleeping, and you go in around 2 a.m. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you're in there for roughly 2 hours. Is that right?
That's not how you spell that. D
Yes.
what? But
And during the
I get it.
entire time that you're in her house, you never once wake her up and tell her, hey, guess what? I'm here.
well, that would just be creepy to wake her up.
No.
Let her
In
sleep.
fact, you're making efforts to make sure she doesn't know you're here. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you take your shoes off so that you don't make much noise? Did that?
Yes.
Oh,
And when Rachel does wake up around 4:15, you pulls out of there, right?
He pulls out of there. Yeah.
Yes.
And when she texts
Without his
you, "Are
shoes
you in my
on.
fucking house?" You don't respond.
Yes.
You don't go into her room and say, yep, it's me, surprise, aren't you happy? Do you?
That's not the fantasy.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
in character.
Said you
Say
go
I was in
into
character.
The attic, right?
I
Yes.
think this
You go
witness
out
was
onto the roof
coached
in your
much.
socks, right?
Yes.
You even cut a hole in the screen so you can get out there.
Okay, well, sir, you're
And so isn't it true that you really didn't actually believe that she wanted you there?
He
Oh,
was
I believe she
18
wanted me
at
there.
the time, and he's 19 or 20 now.
he is
Okay,
sentenced
sorry,
to grow
Nicholas,
facial
can you-
hair.
Can you back it
Still
up a
no.
touch? I want to know his answer to this question. I don't think this witness was properly coached, but I want to know what he says to this question. Not coached,
Okay.
like practice,
Prepared.
rehearsed.
Prepared.
Prepared.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, not
Okay,
coached.
how?
Prepared.
Woodshedded.
You don't respond.
Yes.
You don't go into her room and say, yep, it's me, surprise, aren't you happy? Do you?
Yes.
Said you go into the attic, right?
Yes.
You go out onto the roof in your socks, right?
Yes.
You even cut a hole in the screen so you can get out there.
Yes.
And so isn't it true that you really didn't actually believe that she wanted you there?
No, I did believe she wanted me there. But
Don't say but. Just say it
still
was
know what
part
she
of the
wanted
game.
from me.
Well, you're doing something very drastic, like breaking.
Here's the problem with this. When you're a defense attorney or when you're representing any client, the client has to be on board with the theme of the case or the prosecution or whatever you're bringing. And it sounds like the theme of this defense is it was a fantasy. We had a relationship. She wanted this fantasy. Even though it's not contained in text messages, that fantasy's been admitted now through his testimony. So if that's the theme, then you need to have your witness on board with that and prepared to kind of stick with that narrative. I mean, if it's true, assuming it's true, that is his actual position.
If this is your client, though, and you know he's going to fold like a wet tissue, do you even put him on for sympathy?
No, they didn't put him on for sympathy. I think they put him on to get that fantasy story out there.
Okay.
And maybe some
then,
sympathy.
Yeah, and then he folded and did not testify as planned, so to speak. But I don't know if they are going to do a redirect just to make that final point.
They should, but he should also be answering these questions a little better than he is. And I've run my clients sometimes, even with other attorneys. I'll hire other attorneys and say, hey, we're going to do a mock deposition. You're opposing counsel. Drill my client, you know.
Well, and Kyle did a really good job in the Rittenhouse. He listened to the question. He didn't let Jerkface get him into a rhythm. And
He stuck
every
with the
time
theme.
And every time he said, but you murdered him, he said, no, I acted in self-defense. So, yeah, this kiddo should have said, no, she told me she was crazy.
Yes, Valhalla, she had to have pressed charges. But still, that doesn't leave. So there's a difference between mistaken law and mistaken fact, right? So mistaken law, you can't be like, I didn't know it was illegal to break into her house and hide out in the attic. But you can have mistaken fact. Mistaken fact, the quintessential example of that is you go to a restaurant that has a valet, you give the guy your ticket, and he gives you the exact same car. It just happens to be someone else, and you drive off with it. You're not then, grand theft autoing. It's a mistaken fact. You thought it was your car until you got down the road. And so mistake of fact is a defense. And I think that's what they were going for here. My 2 cents.
No, like I said, my legal degree from the Letitia Stalk Learn to Law University online is in the mail.
It's being brought to you by Russian translations.
Well, I
Um,
mean, the guest professor was Daryl Brooks, so I should have known something was up.
So I just wanted to point that out, that I don't think this witness was properly prepared enough with the theme of the case.
That seems to be the case. He also doesn't do well under female aggression.
Well, but that's the other thing. Like, I had a client that was really nervous
Yes.
about her deposition, and I said, okay, then I'm going to have somebody stand in as opposing counsel, and we're going to go through your whole deposition. It's going to take several hours. It's going to be like the real thing, so you have an idea of what it's going to be. And we prepared him with the opposing party's position, and he went after her, because she was so nervous about it, and so that's what we did.
Bring into her mother's home, right?
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to be sure?
Looks like Thor has survived his catnip high and let down.
I don't know why I didn't
Oh.
make sure.
Sorry, I thought you said I didn't know why.
I don't know why I didn't make sure.
You don't know why you didn't make sure. You didn't think this is something that she actually wanted to do.
Overruled.
I still believe in it, but I believe she wanted me to do it.
Would it be more fair to say, Mauricio, that you weren't thinking at all?
Wasn't thinking, I just thought that maybe she would be happy.
Oh, someone yell
That she wanted
grounds.
to do this.
But do you see how that if you're not telling her this and you're taking active steps to hide it, that doesn't make any sense?
I was in love. Love doesn't make sense, ma'am.
That's where Legal Eagle got his JD. God, that guy.
Yeah, poor co-opting of a cool ego. Just say yes to the mean lady so you can sit down.
When witnesses start crying, I go
Repeat
to
that,
the
please.
chat.
Sure. Now, you're saying, I thought she would be happy, I thought she'd like this. But do you see how, when you're trying to hide everything you're doing from her, you're telling her that's not how that excuse doesn't really make any sense.
I really wonder how I'm going to feel when the Rachel testifies, because I am very sympathetic to him. I don't know if I will also be sympathetic to her.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Can we repeat that again, please?
I mean, put it maybe a different way.
Yeah, I kind of figured
What
that,
you're doing is
Salvador, but
supposed to make her happy.
I'm trying to
I'm
be
kind of
She would
already
have to
there.
know about it, right?
I'm trying to be what is that, impartial and such, but she seems like a hose beast.
Right.
But you made all these efforts to make sure she didn't find out about it.
Hey, John, good to see you.
Hey,
Right.
So do you,
Me and John,
do
we
you see
disagree
how
on
that
some
doesn't make
things,
any
but
sense?
I love having him here because he challenges my views.
I
Just
want
so
to be able to
everybody
think
knows.
about both sides.
Right.
All right, I want to switch gears now, and I want to talk about the times leading up to breaking into this house, okay? It'd be fair to say that every time that you came to see Rachel, you didn't warn her first, right?
Right.
These were all like unannounced visits, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to read some dates, and you tell me if you think they're correct, okay? So you came up on January 6th, the 7th, first time,
Correct.
and then again on January 11th.
Correct.
Were you there for more than one day on the 11th?
Just a couple hours.
Okay. And then you have the 22nd, excuse me, December 22nd.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's a January, so we have January 6th, December 6th, December 11th, December 22nd. Okay, those are the times in December, right?
Yes.
And it's on the 22nd that you have sexual intercourse, right?
Yes.
And then you come up on January 10th, right?
Yes.
And you're there for a few days on that occasion, right?
Yes.
And then we went over the 20th when you broke into the barn.
Yes.
And then finally on February 7th, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a total of 6 times you came up unannounced.
Well, when you say it like that,
Yes.
And during this roughly 2.5 month time frame that you're communicating, you never once made actual concrete plans to come up with her, right?
No.
And of those unannounced visits, she only saw you twice, right?
Right.
You never waited for her to make these concrete plans with you before you came up, right?
Right.
And that's because you knew that if you waited for her to make plans with you, it was never going to happen.
Objection. False stipulation.
Overruled.
well, wait, but isn't he speculating on her mental state?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. The reason that you would come up unannounced rather than wait for her to make plans is because you knew that was never going to happen, right?
No. She would tell me to want to see me.
Right. But you never made concrete plans like, I want you to come up on this day and visit me, right?
Right.
And you knew that if you were waiting for that to happen, that it would never come.
No.
Well, that's why you came up unannounced, right?
Yes.
You testified that you thought that Rachel was manipulative.
Yes.
Ma'am,
Do you think
the
that's
entire
all
country thinks she
manipulative,
is.
Mauricio?
No.
You don't think that coming up unannounced, rather than waiting for someone to make plans with you, maybe makes them feel like they have to?
No.
Well, Rachel told you, at least one of the times that you came up was, you know I'm going to feel bad if you come up all of this way.
Don't remember that.
Well, you knew that she felt guilty when you would come up, right?
Oh, so now he's manipulating her. That's the
Yeah,
angle.
he's the bad guy.
Yep.
Well, I mean, she's doing a masterful job of. Nah, I still don't feel.
Maybe I
I'm sorry.
don't know.
Well, she told you several times when she couldn't see that she felt bad.
If it weren't
Oh.
for the break-in, she would
Yeah.
have let him dry of everything. He would have stolen from mom and everything.
And you'd agree with
Keep
me
her happy.
that every
He
time
was broke.
she showed up
And she
unannounced,
would have
other than the
moved on.
times that she agreed to see you, she was not
Her
happy.
next victim, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is.
Yes.
And in fact, each time you came up unannounced, she told you not to do that again.
Yes.
But then she would unblock him and say, "But I love you."
Yeah, Sadie Beecham vibes for
And in
sure.
fact, the first time you came up on December 7th, she found out that you were planning to come up and specifically told you not to do it a few weeks before.
Yes.
But despite that, you came up, right?
Yes.
And she couldn't see you, and she told you that she felt bad about that.
We are getting close.
Yes.
And so you left her $500
I
on
don't
her
know if
windshield on
it
that
will
occasion, right?
redirect within
Yes.
this.
And then after you
Even
left,
though
she
when
was
we
sort of
get
nice
there.
about it to you, right?
Wait, he left her $500 on her windshield?
She continued to talk to you, right?
Well, no crap. She
Right.
continued to talk to him.
But she also said you can never do that again, just show up, right?
Right.
She even said that you scared her.
Right.
She even said, promise me that you'll wait until we have plans before you come here, right?
Right.
And then in your continuing conversations, she would tell you at times, please don't show up here, right?
Right.
And every time that you indicated that you might come up, she would say, don't, right?
Right.
So on Friday, you were asked if you thought that you were in a relationship with Rachel. And you said yes, right?
Yes.
So you thought that you and Rachel were like boyfriend and girlfriend, is that fair to say?
Well, she made it.
Yes. Like something working on it.
And you thought that this kind of gave you the right to come up here and make sure she was okay when she went out with her friends drinking?
Yes.
And you thought this made it okay to check who's calling her on her phone?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that being in a relationship with someone doesn't give you the right to go through those things?
Yes.
Being in a relationship with someone doesn't give you the right, I guess, to monitor, to stop, does it?
Yes.
Objection. He is not charged with stalking.
Do you agree with me, Mauricio, that in nowhere in any of your conversations does she ever refer to you as her boyfriend?
Well, it's not my fault. She's a.
Doesn't she say in a text that
Yes.
she's falling in
And
love
you
with
never
him?
refer to her as your girl?
Yeah, this is. Oh, for love.
Yes.
You never talk about being exclusive.
Well, I.
Yes.
In fact, there are times when she's talking
Julia,
about how she
this
had
totally
seen
Julia.
her hooked up with another guy.
Same. And he drives 6 hours for the pleasure.
Well,
Can't recall that.
Well, in the 2.5 months that you guys
that's
are
a
speaking, you
hell
never
of a
met
foreplay.
any of her friends, did you?
You know?
No.
You never met her parents, her brother.
No.
Some women say that the foreplay can be half a day, just that we guys don't notice it until, oh,
Yes.
that's
We already
what's going
talked
on.
about how you never actually made
I
concrete
thought we
plans
were
to hang
trying to
out,
be
right?
good. That's a.
Yes.
And in the 3 months that you were speaking, you only
Well,
spent
that's
about
why
a
you're being
total of
nice
2
today.
hours face to face. right?
Yes.
And that was the 22nd when you had sexual intercourse, and then February 8th in your truck, right?
Yes.
So a total of
She's a
2
whore.
hours roughly together.
I don't know why I get more skeeved out when she says sexual intercourse than if they just said sex.
Yes.
And she only let you see her for 2 hours?
Well, for your first time,
Yes.
2 hours is awesome, dude. Sit up straight in that
And you
chair.
sent her gifts and money, right?
Yes.
Expensive gifts, like hundreds of dollars. This fireplace and TV were, is that right?
His
Yes.
mother
She never
sent
sent you any
that.
gifts.
Well, she's
She was
kind of.
planning to.
She never drove out to Pennsylvania to see you.
No, she never did.
You got her
we
some
can
items
get
for
to the
Christmas.
point of things.
Yes.
She didn't get you anything for Christmas, right?
No.
She wouldn't even make plans to see you.
No.
And she had actually blocked you on a multiple apps, Snapchat, Instagram.
Yes.
And she unblocked him.
Yeah, and then she would say, "I love you."
You wanted to be in a relationship, but you weren't actually in one.
His soul is
believe I was
actually
in one.
leaving his body. Just stop. He's already dead.
You believe that even though over the course of 3 months, she only let you see her for 2 hours, you were in a relationship?
This woman is awful.
Hey, some people run 200 yards in 20 seconds.
Yeah. He
Just
could
go
be the
real to me.
Usain Bolt of.
Well, Mauricio, you were
Sometimes
specifically
it's not a
asked by the
marathon.
police
It's
if you
His
were in a
name is so
relationship,
close
and
to
you said
mine that I
no.
keep hearing the
Right.
first syllable and thinking, why is this woman talking to me?
That was
John Gary.
Don't behave.
never what I told them.
Well, Officer Fayette specifically asked, are you two in a relationship? And you told her, at this point, I don't know. It's always
Yeah,
just a
Salvador. I
complicated
think
thing.
it's like
Right.
that Simpsons where it's like, he's already dead.
Don't
Stop
And that
be
kicking
afraid.
him.
girl
Yeah.
who spoke to you
Don't
later
be
that
that
day
horse.
said you guys never really had a relationship.
Smack
You
the
just
monkey or
talked. And
whatever
your
it's
response to that was, I know.
Well, he's
Yeah,
he's
Saying
good
that
at
to them.
pausing.
Well,
he is pausing and
Then he said it again.
on Friday, put a lot of blame on Rachel for how you felt during that period, right?
yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
You specifically said that you thought that she was manipulating you, right?
was.
Have you read the text
But Rachel
messages,
told you
miss?
over and over again that she was not in any sort of space where she could be in a relationship. Is that right?
Right.
As far back as November 5th, she specifically said, I don't want to lead you on. I'm not the right thing.
Sorry for the innuendo, but that is
Right.
called a push and pull. Push
Right.
away, pull him in. Push
later,
away,
I
pull him
want
in.
you to talk and see other
That's
people.
right.
I cannot give you
So
what you're
she's
looking
Amber
for.
Run,
I'm not
guys,
trying to lead you
run.
on, Right?
Yeah,
Look.
run.
Look,
And I'm
before
reading
she
from
takes a
December
deuce in your
7th,
bed,
she told you
if
that
she
she
seems
was
like
in
Amber
space at that
Heard,
point,
run.
Right?
Right.
Yes,
That
because
she didn't want anything.
toy
with you,
poodle
right?
can make
Right.
big dog dumps.
And again, in early January, she's reaching out saying, I don't think that we should talk anymore, right?
Right.
We can't do this anymore. When you came up on the 10th, right?
Right.
So she made it, I guess, clear on at least some occasions. She was not there to give you a relationship, right?
Right.
And in
have
fact,
Britney
it was
Spears
really
at
when she
home.
was drinking that she would be nice to you, right?
No, not all the time.
Yeah, there's
Well, you told Captain Sutherland during the interview.
Dizzy, just like Sadie
about
Beecham
what
did.
you had with Rachel, right?
Anderson. I was sorry. I was gonna say Dizzy, whatever in the chat. She doesn't want to lead you on, but says, "I think I'm falling in love with you." Yeah, it's the same kind of thing that Sadie Beecham was doing to Zach in the Anderson trial. You know, back and forth. She would block him for a time and then unblock him and say, "Oh, I think I'm falling for you." It's just a bunch of mind games she's playing with him, and she could take advantage of him and get all the money and the gifts and all this stuff. I don't know. She's a whore with regrets. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that
Oops,
sounds.
did he take it this far? Better press charges.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
That's
Emu. You are 3 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah.
But rewatch us because we do talk about what is it, Swedish films we're going to watch, and we set up a Saturday stream where we're all drinking.
Yeah, Saturday. We will start at 6 o'clock my time, noonish, David's and Mo's time, and alcohol might be involved.
Mike could maybe.
Maybe will, yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, we might get, yeah. I both hope and not hope that Mr. Let's Go Brandon will be available on Saturday.
My liver
He's a
thinks
great
us.
inspiration.
Yeah.
How much longer is she going to beat this child? I mean, man, man.
Not much
Man,
more. It's almost done.
He's
I
like
think.
a kidlet.
Right.
And you said, at first she would be like, I want you here, come over, stuff like that. And then it'd be like when she was on her phone, like when she was drinking. And some of the times I couldn't tell because I don't know her when she's smashed, like drinking, right?
Oh, Nick, she acts whorish
Right.
when she's drunk.
So
Drunk
you
her
knew
orders men.
when she's saying these things to you.
Sober
she
her
was
doesn't
drinking,
remember.
Right?
Not all the time. Driving. When she's doing something else. No.
I'm Swedish. We don't do that.
I want to talk about when you came up on January 10th, okay?
Yes.
January 20th, Broken Heart Bar. I'm talking about January 10th when you were here, I think, for like a couple of days, right?
Yes.
So you drove up on January 10th and you were hoping to see her on that day, right?
Yes.
And you didn't tell her you were coming.
I didn't.
And when you got here and told her that you were here, she was pretty upset.
At first, yes.
And you stayed here for 3 days hoping that you could see her, right?
Yes.
But you never did see her, did you?
Not that she knows about. That would be the wrong answer.
We took moonlight walks. She
We were
didn't know.
planning to, but
That would be the wrong
No.
answer. This is why I can't be a witness.
I think you had maybe, or she had maybe said that she was going to meet you.
The
for
fake
coffee or
polygraph
something,
site in the Letitia Stout case has
Yes.
more
and
integrity
then
than
something
this
came up and
chick.
she couldn't,
Yeah.
right?
yes.
Detective Sunderland, or Captain Sunderland asked you specifically about that. Remember that?
Yes.
He said something like, maybe she's making excuses and didn't want to see you. And you said, most likely yes, right?
I feel like this is that episode of The
Yes.
Simpsons where Lisa
And
tells
after you
Ralph she
came up
doesn't
for
love
that
him,
period of time,
and you can see the moment his heart breaks.
she tries to kind of end things, right?
No, Flux, he's gonna go to the.
Maybe.
She says things
He's
like,
gonna need some
do not
help.
ever speak to me again. And you literally cause me anxiety when you do this.
Yes, I need to see this.
Yeah.
we have
Yeah,
it. It came in.
definitely.
And
Yes.
I promise to
And
remember
at
that
this
it's
point, after the
BTS
13th,
or
where
something
the
and
two of
not
you kind of
BTK the
stopped
killer.
speaking for several days. Do you remember that?
When was it? Sorry. Excuse me.
Sorry, it's after you came up from January 10th to the 13th. You guys stopped speaking for a period.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
that
this
time
is
you
just
drive back home,
overkill.
back to Pennsylvania, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I I think what you had said on direct was, I was done at that point, right?
Right.
And on January 15th, you're searching for burglary tools?
I'm writing a series of novels, ma'am.
Can't recall when that happened.
Do you have any reason to doubt that you were searching for burglary tools on January 15th?
Because I wasn't.
But you were searching for burglary tools at some point in January.
Okay, this is maybe a naive question,
was.
but they sell
Yeah,
burglary
like,
tools?
razor.
Like you just type in want to burgle,
Right.
And even though you two
and
weren't
like Bender, they just roll out a lockpick set?
He started speaking again.
what's that?
We started speaking again.
You
Crowbar.
started speaking again around January 19th. Do you remember that?
Oh, I'll have to go see Bronca about the
Somewhat.
burgle lessons.
Well, that's when she gets a hold of you because she has some concerns about you hurting yourself. Do you remember that?
Yes.
But after she reaches out and you start talking again, she makes sure that you're okay. She says, you know, I still don't think we should talk. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Right?
Yes.
And you agree that's around the 19th of January?
Don't know.
Thanks, Mad. Well, at least I know what to get everyone for Christmas.
Page 1775.
It's called a brush woman.
I
Mr.
have no
Moser, I can't
comments.
So I agree
Mr.
on
Moser, I
January
can't have another
19th.
hobby.
She's saying, I have to block you. Okay, I have to block you now. Right?
Yes.
And you're telling her, can you make me a promise, right? And she says, what is it? And you say, and if and when you find a man for you, please make him treat you with respect. Don't ever let anyone tell you that you ain't shit. And don't take shit from anyone. And find someone who loves you and you love him back and be happy, okay? And that's on January 19th, right? She says, thank you. You too. And you say, I'm glad we got to talk today. I hope we can talk later again in the future. And she says, okay, goodbye. That's on January 19th, right?
Right.
She says, take care of yourself. You say, goodbye, Rachel. I'll still love you. Please take care. And then that's the end of the messages on January 19th. They're around 5:30, 17:34, right?
Right.
The next one isn't until,
That's it. The
Late
next
on the
stream is us
20th,
just
right?
looking up odd stuff
Yes,
on
you're okay.
Amazon.
Right.
and in between those two text messages,
Don't
you came out and
write
went to her
down
house, right?
stuff like that.
Can't recall. Can't recall.
Well, you agree with me that those messages reflect that you weren't actually together at that point.
We weren't.
And if you did break in on January 20th, it certainly wasn't with any permission from her, right?
Okay,
Right.
lady, read the room. I mean, he's admitted it on direct. At some point, you're kicking a.
This cross-examination makes me dislike the victim more.
That's the thing. She is doing a terrible job of making me feel sorry for the quote-unquote victim. I feel worse for the offender, and logically, I should be upset that he broke into her house.
Attorney Garrett, it's 11:15. Why don't we take the morning recess? We'll resume at 11 o'clock.
The judge is like, would you stop making him cry?
Let's see if there is redirect.
Stalking, she wants to be followed, she wants to be raped. You know, this is sort of consistent with that posture. We were very careful not to open the door to this. I think it's very July. If anything,
Let's see.
That piece of the note.
Wait, what are they
drawer
opening the door to?
wants
I don't know.
it is
I'm just curious. No, we don't have to watch it. I was just wondering if anyone you knew.
Oh,
ruling prior to trial about redacting the piece of the note which lists drug her and log into her phone, hopefully, under the theory that at this point the defendant has opened the door to the admission of that evidence. I believe he's testified repeatedly at this point that he believed this was something that she wanted him to do, this entry. I asked several times about that. He's maintaining that this is something that he believed that she wanted him to do. That piece of the note
this
drug
is
her
not
and log into her phone, hopefully,
in front of the jury,
perhaps
just
they
to make
refuse
that sure.
If in fact she wanted him to break into their house, it makes no sense that he would need to in any way drug her. And I believe that this is under the theory, as I said, of opening the door and cure of admissibility because it corrects this misleading impression that the defendant himself has created.
Attorney Starbranch?
actually, I don't believe we have opened the door. Nothing that I asked him to open the door. I think Attorney Rod wanted to keep asking the question over and over again. Did you think she wanted this, that sort of thing? And honestly, that segues into more they're having this sort of game thing. Stalking, she wants to be followed, she wants to be raped. This is sort of consistent with that posture.
But since stalking
We're
is
very careful not
one
to
of the
open
charges.
I think Attorney Rod, if anything, has attempted to open the door itself, now wants to go through it.
She just angrily flips that. One of her cats scratched her that morning or something.
Well, I believe in my prior ruling excluding that evidence, I said that if the defense was that she had actually consented to the entry, then it might be admissible. Here, the defense has not gone quite that far. He keeps insisting that that was his impression that she would want this, but not that she actually consented to it. So I don't think it's met the predicate under my ruling to reconsider. And also, even if it does,
The
I still
judge
think
that
it's
doesn't
so
move
highly
the
prejudicial
goalposts.
that it
There is
outweighs any
one.
probative value, especially given all the other evidence that refutes either actual consent or what he believed to be consent. So the motion is denied.
Did you hear that, David?
I'm sorry,
A judge
I was working.
A judge
Working.
that didn't move the goalposts.
You know, we were watching a trial this morning on my Discord, and I said, I have a feeling this is going to be a bad judge. But she did the same thing. She's like, no, this is not relevant. This is not admissible. It's going to, taint the jury, and didn't, allow things in like that.
Mm.
It's nice to see judges like this, and hopefully it's consistent and not just sort of sporadic. Like this is not the exception to the rule, but actually the rule.
I want to watch
Yeah.
that trial. It looks pretty interesting.
Which one is that? I saw on Law and Crime they started one today. A lawyer.
It's the lawyer
who-
that allegedly
a lawyer
murdered
who-
his wife or his
Mom, I
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah.
It's a wife or
mom.
mom?
Yeah, mother.
Okay.
But
Well,
they
I'm-
so the thing is that he, and I don't know if I'm breaking up, but the lawyer was embezzling client funds, and he was going to jail for that. And he had 2 weeks before he had to report to jail, and that's when his mom turned up dead, and he went on the run. And so there's some stuff they wanted to get into about his prior financial crimes, and the judge kept it out and said, no, that's not relevant.
Oh, so
So
what the Murdoch trial should have been.
exactly, yes.
You're talking about Miss Beige. That skirt is fitted. Yeah. Okay, let's see if there is some redirect. I don't think the prosecutor has noticed San Salvador.
Attorney Garrard, you may resume.
So when we left off, we were talking about January 20th and how you two would stop speaking for a time, right?
Yes.
But then towards the end of January, we were sort of re-engaging back with each other, is that right?
We were.
But then you stopped again around February 1st, is that right?
Yes.
And you stopped speaking for about a week, fair to say?
Yes.
And in fact, you saw during Captain Sunderland's testimony, those messages that show that gap between February 1st and February 8th where you aren't sending each other anything, right?
Yes.
I mean, I could understand her having
I
this
thought you were
tonal
set.
stance with like a double murderer, but with him, it just
That's
comes
correct.
off as very strident.
And you don't tell, I guess, during this break in two of you speaking, you're the first person that kind of breaks that, right?
Yes, it was.
The better way to phrase that is you're the first person that reaches back out, right?
Yes, because
This particular time,
her reaching out to me most of the times, so I decided to reach out for her this time.
Okay. And that's on February 8th, around a little after midnight, is that right?
Yes.
And you say something like, hey, right?
Yes.
And you follow that with, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to text you, right?
Yes.
And the first thing she says is, okay, don't show up here.
Yes, but later on she would say that she misses me and wants to see me.
Okay. But at that point, February 8th, she tells you, don't show up here, right?
So this is after all the burglary thingies. I miss you.
That was after.
I think this
That's-
was early February, and the breaking in stuff was in the end of January. So it's still ongoing of sorts. I don't know.
this whole thing is
Yes.
just,
You're already there, right?
Yes.
And you have been for like 30 hours, right?
Yes.
You came up to her during a time that you guys weren't even speaking, right?
there's
Right,
always
we
one
were,
call
but-
for,
I believe it would probably go back the same way, talking again.
So you assume that eventually you start talking again, and that's why you broke into your house.
well, it's not like it's an odd pattern to think that he's
Nope,
going to
It was
do.
always the same thing as always. We would stop talking for a bit and talk again.
And it was during the time frames where you weren't talking that you would break into her house, right?
Right.
It's times where you weren't getting along, right?
Wait, did he do this more than once?
Right.
I believe there are several break-ins.
Five charges of breaking in, but he was only convicted of 2.
When you drove up on February 6th into the 7th, you were driving like all night, is that right?
Yes.
And you had planned to break in as soon as you were getting there, right?
Not really.
Okay. Well, you came up with a crowbar, didn't you?
Yeah, MG Law, this is, well,
Yes.
In fact, you came up with 2 crowbars. You had a yellow one in your truck as well, right?
Right.
And you didn't tell her that you were coming, right?
Right.
And you also came up with a list, a to-do list, right?
Right.
Oh, Lord, did you write down your crimes,
How
sir?
list. You made that list prior, or at least started that list prior to coming to New Hampshire, right?
Was it on that? Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. You made that list, your to-do list, prior to coming to New Hampshire, right?
At first it started, yes.
Where were you when you started it?
Can't recall when, miss.
Well, the first thing on that list is go to her house, right?
Yes.
And then the
Broke
second
down
thing on
that-
that list is lockpick her house, right?
Yes.
So even though you brought up crowbar, at some point you were thinking you might have a lockpick, right?
Yes.
Did you try a lockpick?
No.
Did you ever purchase those lockpicking tools?
Can't remember if I did or not.
Well, I mean, personally, lockpicking tools look a pretty significant thing. You remember doing that?
Can't remember.
But you at least purchased 2 crowbars to enter her house, right?
Well, yes, yes, we do not write down our crimes. We also do not Google notebook them. We do not have Google as our diary. We do not ask Google to find us a new husband that doesn't have children.
I didn't purchase them just for that reason.
You didn't purchase them just for that reason, which
No.
happened in your car, right?
They're in my car.
This is like when my cats catch a mouse and they let it live, only to let it get a couple feet away, and then they
They're in my
pounce on it and
car.
move. And
I'm sorry,
They were in my car.
you were in your car, okay. But you're bringing them up with you to use them to break into Rachel's house, right?
I don't remember why. I don't remember why.
You don't remember why you brought the crowbars with you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you knew you were gonna have to break into her house in some way, right?
Yes.
And that's why you put lockpick specifically on your list, right?
Yes.
And
he's
also
still
on that
not as
list,
bad as
you
Joel
have
Guy
put-
Jr. He had a
put a
whole
tracker on the
premeditation
car.
book.
Right.
Yes, but I don't know if I can even do that at all.
Wasn't sure if it was something that you could even do.
Yes.
Well, it was on your list. Hope you do it, right?
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. If it was on your list, it was something that you were hoping to do, right? To track the car.
Maybe, but I didn't think it was possible.
You didn't think it was possible to track the car,
No,
but you wanted to.
not really.
Mauricio,
It was the heat of the moment. I
you
wrote
went out
down
and
a
you purchased
list.
the tiles specifically so you could track the car, right?
Yes.
How much is one of those things cost? $30 maybe?
I don't know how much they cost.
You went all the way to the Greenland Target from Summerboard.
Oh, he made a Target run. Well,
And you spent $19.99 on sale from $24.99 on a tracker to put in her car, right?
Well, I thought it was something to do with stalking that you wanted me to do.
So you did want to track her.
Something that with the stalking thing that you would want me to do.
You think that she wanted you to do that?
Well, yes, because she would want me to stalk her.
Well, you purchased blue masking tape along with that tile, right?
Yes,
And you concealed that tile so that she wouldn't know what it was when she found it, right?
blue masking tape comes off like super easy. I don't know.
I don't know. I didn't know what was going through my mind during that time.
So you wanted to track her because you wanted to know exactly where she was going and when, right?
Right, because she wanted me to be her stalker.
You also put on your list that you were going to get a copy of the key made, right?
Yes,
So that was something that you were anticipating doing even before you stepped through the door of her house, or the window, I guess, to her house.
I don't know. Can't recall if I did or not.
Well, if it's on your to-do list, it stands to reason that was
That's
something
my
that you
point.
had
The
to
blue
get
masking tape
done
won't
when you
stay
leave the house,
affixed to
right?
anything.
I don't know. Just,
Something that you were intending to do when you got there.
And he crossed state lines.
I wasn't intending to.
You say you were intending to?
I wasn't
You
intending to.
weren't intending to do that. Yet you wrote it on your list, right?
My biggest question
Did,
right
but just
now
didn't
is who has custody of the
imagine
fireplace?
this would happen. I didn't imagine it
I
would be like
can't
that.
watch this little guy get.
Put it on your list. You went and you hid in her house for 3 hours until you had the opportunity to take it, right?
Well, now I'm mad that she has custody of the
Could you repeat that, please?
fireplace.
You're saying that this is something you didn't know that you were going to do. You went into her house and you waited for hours until you had that opportunity to grab the keys from the kitchen.
Okay, he's. Oh, for fuck's sake! Sorry.
No, it's okay. This never ends. What, she keeps hitting him.
Okay, it's.
Wait, isn't there a cross or redirect after
Don't
the?
remember, miss.
We just testified
It's
to it
another
like an hour ago.
hour and minutes, so I'm pushing it up to 1.25 again.
And that is
This
a
was longer
Loki.
than I expected. I thought it was done by the morning pause.
Loki and Thor are, well, they're life partners.
Somebody asked if it was a federal crime because he crossed state lines
Let me ask again.
in the chat.
You're saying that you didn't
Mm.
intend to take her keys.
Just crossing state lines is not enough.
Wait.
No, you have
And
to
then you ultimately
bring the
took
crime
keys.
with you
Ah.
for it to be a federal crime. You can cross state line, commit the crime, and then, unless he brought things back to Pennsylvania, was it?
Yeah, but then what it is you're violating a federal law at that point.
Yeah. But I don't think there was any federal
I'm not trying to
charges
argue with you,
against him.
Mauricio, but it's on your to-do list. So
If being
tell me
creepy was
how
a federal law, everyone I see at Walmart would be, well,
Maybe that's why it's so
Doesn't
many
demonstrate.
Walmarts, so you don't have to cross state lines.
You also have on your list microphones,
Too
equipment
true.
microphones and stuff to hear her, right?
oh,
Right.
don't Google.
So
your
you were gonna get some
crimes.
sort of listening device that you could listen to Rachel, right?
Yes, but I didn't know how to do that at all. I don't know.
Oh, he's
Okay.
like me. He's like, I don't know how to
Listening what?
technology.
Not really. It's no,
It was something you didn't want to do,
no.
but you put it on your to-do list along with the other things that you did.
My cat
I
is
did.
currently in the living room destroying
You
my
also
couch.
put log into her phone,
At
hopefully,
least it's not
right?
destroying my legs.
Yes.
And then a little bit later, it was remember, get into her phone,
Chris Mullins, that's what he's
get
saying.
her phone and open
She
it, unblock me on everything,
he
right?
claims that
Right.
she
So you
told
wanted to
him
get access to her
on
phone.
FaceTime
Go
that
for it,
she would
right?
like to be stalked and obsessed over.
I did.
In order
It
to
being
do that,
FaceTime, there's not
she would have to be
concrete
home,
evidence of
right,
it.
with her phone.
Right.
And she would have to be sleeping, right?
No.
Matt, it's a hit or miss. I love the creepy cringe,
No.
so I'm there
You can go to
for
her
it.
phone if she
And
was
sometimes you get a
awake and there,
chef's
right?
kiss weirdo, but most of the time it's just normal people. In my neck of the woods, it's
No.
normal people that didn't move out of the 80s, though.
But getting into her phone, that was something that was pretty important to you, right?
Right.
Because you wanted to know who she was talking to, right? Who else besides you?
Right.
And how are you planning to get into her phone?
The next time we would hang out, I don't know, like talk to her maybe.
And then she would, I guess, can you explain that a little bit more?
I really don't know how. Miss.
Well, she had passed on to her phone, obviously, right?
Yes.
You checked that when you were there, anything?
Yes.
Did you try to guess things like her son's birthday, for instance?
Yes.
How many passcodes did you try?
Two.
And did that phone have the fingerprint or was it the facial recognition?
Can't remember what one it was.
Did you try to use her fingerprints to get it?
No.
Did you try to put it in front of her face to get it?
No.
Just some passcodes that you were unsuccessful with.
Yes.
But you did look at her phone and know she had been calling her, right?
It's almost gone.
So even though you can't get into her phone, you're able to see that she has a missed call from that that number that ended 4346, right?
Yes.
And after you saw that, you opened your note and you wrote that number down, right?
Right.
So you wanted to keep track of who was calling her at such a late hour.
Yes.
And you called that number yourself from a blocked number, right?
Right.
And you discovered that that was actually a man, right?
It was.
That was pretty upsetting to you, wasn't it?
Y'all, I have a coloring book of the people
And
of
it was.
Walmart. It's the most awesome thing that ever existed. You must get it.
That will be interesting to see tomorrow and Saturday what she actually says.
He is going to have to use the
Now,
restroom
at
so
the point
much.
that, well,
Do we know
Yeah.
how long she testifies?
the list that we were trying to do with this. I want to direct your attention specifically to,
She will be on the stand for roughly another hour.
you had met
Or
Rachel.
she
after the
testifies. I have no
that
idea.
evening, right?
Yes.
I think it actually might have been like after midnight, so it would have been the night at that point. Let's see, right?
I don't doubt it.
Around that time.
And you knew that Rachel had been drinking, right?
A little
Yeah,
bit.
apparently
Wasn't feeling
people buy
much
garbage bags
she had.
and sardines.
Well, she said
Amazon.
the message right away, meeting up. I'm just drinking alone
Amazon
right now.
and people of Walmart coloring book.
Yes.
And you had actually sent a message later on that night that said, I know you're drunk and probably hate me right now. Right?
Was it after? Can you repeat that?
Sure. I think you were texted her later that evening when you guys were having like the argument. You said something like, I know you're probably drunk and hate me right now.
Yeah, those after she saw me.
But you know she had been drinking last night.
Oh my
She was
gosh.
talking about
If I
No.
could just fly to Houston
No.
for
it.
no
Then you're
reason,
Googling
that would be
around
awesome.
2:15 a.m. Can drunk tell you something if you convince them? Right?
I can't remember when I looked. I can't remember that time.
But you did Google that at some point. How do you think? Did drunk tell you something if you convince them?
Sarah, Mr. Mo got it for me for my
Yeah.
birthday. Yes, I
Oh.
asked for it.
What were you hoping to get out of her? I guess that night. Tabasco?
No,
I always think that the video has stopped it.
I don't know.
Then
I
he
don't know.
stops buffering.
Well, anyways, you know that she had been drinking. You're saying that you don't know how drunk she was, but you do acknowledge she had been drinking, right?
Yeah,
Is she Let's Go Brandon drunk? Because
And you're sober at that point, right?
I am.
unfortunately,
After she takes her drug, she's initially saying, "I wish we could have had sex." Something like that, right?
Yes.
And you said, "Do you want me to come back?" Right?
Yes.
And she says, "No." Right?
Right.
I should probably sleep anyway, right?
Yes.
okay, this
said
woman
no,
is a
yeah,
slag of
that's
Thor.
fine,
I'm
right?
done with her.
And then she starts to get like mad at you for coming up in the first place, right?
Yes.
She says, in particular, she's mad
Yes.
because you can't just come to her mom's house, right?
I need an entire stream.
Yes.
And she says, "It's not one of my stupid apartments. Like, this is my mom's house. You can't come here," right?
Right.
And you say, I know, I got that," right?
Yes.
And she ends it by saying, "I'm gonna block you. Don't ever come here again," right?
Right.
And that would be called
And then you send her
gaslighting.
to her house, right?
I can't remember what's going through my mind that time.
Well, you said yesterday, or maybe Friday, that you thought it was something that she wanted. And now you're saying you don't know what was going through.
It was a mix between the two. Something that you would want or just don't. Or what.
Oh, that is a thing, Julia. They definitely need to be wearing deodorant, or you need to warn Chandler that people don't
For
wear
over 2
deodorant.
hours, is that right?
Yes.
You're in there for so long that you need to relieve yourself in the attic, right?
Yes.
Or I guess some of that from the day before.
Can't recall when.
Now, when you're in her house, do you go right to the attic? Do you go to Rachel's room first? What do you do?
I don't know.
Well, at some point you're in the attic. Do you agree with that?
At some point I was.
And for some points you're in her room, right?
Yes.
You going anywhere else?
Can't remember.
While you're in the house, you're like on your phone, right?
It was.
Phone show that you were like using Snapchat, Instagram, things like that.
Maybe.
You're listening to music.
Possibly.
You had your earbuds found there, right?
Please tell me he has a burgling
You go
playlist.
to listen to music.
Possibly.
But at some point you go into her room, right?
And Smooth Criminal is on
Pick up her
it.
phone, right?
Right.
And her phone is like right next to her, right?
Sorry.
Well, fair to say it was close to her. You don't remember being like in any other room.
No. Wasn't there.
And you pick up and try a few passcodes, right?
Yes.
You're checking to see who's calling her, and you call that person back, right?
Yes.
Were you
Oh,
doing
yeah.
that in the room while she was sleeping?
In June is horrible.
Don't remember where.
Constantly over 100 degrees
At some
Fahrenheit.
point, you take a picture of the license. It's on the floor, right?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
And the only thing worse than fat
I don't know.
people in spandex is fat
I don't
people
know
in
why.
spandex sweating.
You also take a
Yeah,
picture
the
of
100% polyester that most people prefer, not a good
I don't know
fabric
why.
in summer.
Tank top. If you have back tits, don't
And you
wear
also-
tank tops.
lifted up the covers of her bed.
Or at least draw on nipples on the back so it, makes sense.
How did we get on this topic?
People of Walmart. Sorry.
You agree with me that she did not give you permission to do
Chandler is
that.
visit and Flux are going to Houston and they are going to visit Walmart.
She's never been Chandler, so we're feeling like Flux should warn her that people of Walmart eschew deodorant in the summer.
And you apply it to your eyes.
Yeah,
You lifted
pretty
up the
much.
covers of her bathrobe and you looked at her vagina. You did not have permission to
For
do
the
that, did you?
Okay, we are under an hour left.
Absolutely,
and in
Julia.
1.25 speed, roughly 45 minutes. I haven't seen his mugshot, so
Yeah, I
I
haven't
have
seen
no
that.
idea.
Thought it was something she was okay with.
Oh,
And when you lifted the covers, lifted her robe, and put your phone in between her legs, zoom in and take a video of her vagina, you did not have permission to do that either, did you?
Did it
Hold on.
pause? Oh, I
No,
was wondering,
that
is
was
he
me.
answering?
Oh, I was like, is he buffering?
oh, for
Oh,
Oh, well,
he looked
he looks.
worse back then.
Yeah, if they'd kept that haircut, we would have just said, no, he's okay. It's
What year was this?
last year.
Yeah, he's supposed. Okay, so it
Or
wasn't 2009.
No, 2021 or 2022, something like that.
All right.
I believe this haircut is better.
yeah, it's still a choice I would have maybe not made, but it's definitely. The other haircut looks like I want to live in your attic and wear your skin as a suit.
Yeah, this is now he
Should
really
be
looks
okay with it.
innocent.
Thought she'd be okay with it.
Yes.
So your testimony and your claim is that you looked at and videotaped her vagina because you thought she'd be okay with it. You're comfortable saying that right now.
I don't know what else to say.
I'm sorry.
I don't know what else to say about that.
Well, you were specifically asked in interviews why you did that, right?
Right.
And to Captain Sunderland, you said, I don't know what's wrong, right?
That is right, but I had been sleeping for hours. I'm scared. I was alone.
Well, she was in the room.
cold,
You weren't
hungry,
alone.
I was confused.
So
No, this
are you
is
saying
during the
that what you said to
examination.
Captain Sunderland wasn't true?
Oh,
That was a decent answer.
that, okay. I thought he was talking about when he videotaped.
No, she's asking why he said certain things
First it
during the
wasn't.
police interrogation.
True.
At first, it wasn't true.
Sorry, just. First, I did lie to him.
I'm sorry.
At first, I did lie to him.
Okay. Well, that barrel asked you why you looked at her vagina as well, and you told him, I just wanted to see it one more time, right?
Well,
Right.
Nothing about thinking it was something that she would have wanted, right?
I didn't know what to say to them.
I'm sorry?
I didn't know what to say to them at all.
Well, you agree with me that if you had some sort of valid excuse for doing the things that you did, it would have been the time to say it when they're interviewing, right?
I'm gonna object, John. Here goes.
Yes.
And approach.
That was a decent way to answer
tell
it.
these officers that you have some sort of valid reason for doing this, right?
He looks
I'm
almost
scared of
Asian in the
scared where I was. I didn't even know where I was at the time. I was confused.
Oh, I can't hear you.
So Friday you testified.
He's giving
that
me
you took
really
this video
big
of her,
Katie Lang
and then you
vibes
sort of heard
with the haircut.
Yes, and she woke up, right?
Yeah, it kind of looks. What is it? Lesbian?
You know, he would make a very. I don't know what to say. I'm not going to say that. Because somehow I don't think that would be considered a compliment either.
No,
any way I say
no.
it.
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
You testified on Friday when your attorney was asking you questions. That you took this video, and then you sort of heard this gasp when she woke up, and that's when you left, right?
I don't know, Flux, but if you've never seen one
So I was
before,
right. I'm sorry.
then yeah.
You're overrated.
I go back to something someone said. I don't remember. They have free ones on the internet that you can. I
Look
hear
at.
tells. Yeah.
But hers
you remember Friday, is that what
inside
happened?
for a bit. So, and if you have nothing to compare with, maybe he thought that was golden.
It could be, I guess.
Yeah.
Is he praying?
No, he's not.
I
on his
feel
hands
bad
and
for this
knees.
defendant.
Yeah, I don't know how much more
Sorry,
the
can't recall.
prosecutor is getting out.
Can't recall.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I do believe she went a bit overboard, and that might be why
So you
they
testified
defeated a few of
took
the
this video,
charges.
heard a gasp, and looked it out of the room. What do you have, right?
You are a ridiculous animal.
I don't know.
I'll talk to my oldest, but she's got a waiting period of at least like 10 years. So
Could you repeat that, please?
You testified on Friday. That you videoed her done. Heard her wake up.
I
and
have a
left.
niece in his
That would not be
age, but
accurate.
she is rowdy, and yeah,
you know, on second thought, my oldest is a whole lot like me. We might be too.
she
Too
walk
much.
walk all over him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then no,
He needs to work on himself first, get confidence, and then he'll find someone not on OnlyFans.
I don't know. Apparently, they decided that her name
was.
shouldn't be out there.
It was accurate.
But that's so
When you took that
ridiculous because
video
she was
of her
putting
done
naked
on
photos of herself out.
3:19 a.m.
Yeah, it's not like she has
Okay.
much integrity to
And she
protect.
doesn't realize you're here to text you
Listen,
until an hour
give me
later.
money and I show you my badge. And
I mean,
You realize that?
if that's how you make money, that's cool. Like I said,
Mm.
I'm cool with everyone doing that, unless you're my daughter. Then we're gonna have talks.
yeah, this is beating a dead horse.
Well, My question for you. Is during the hour period filming, looking at her vagina. She realizes you're here and you. What are you doing?
The DI technically is doing a good job, but she's overdoing it.
Don't know.
Time.
Are you in her room watching
That
sleep?
might be because she is searching for some way for opening the door to some of the things
No.
that was kept out.
No.
Sitting there masturbating? What are you doing?
Good Lord, woman.
No, I don't remember that much.
Well, they were there for over 2 hours, Mauricio. Other than taking a few pictures, we know very little about what you did. Really want to answer that question. So can you answer that question? What were you doing?
Don't remember.
Don't remember, or you don't want to answer that question?
Objection. Ask an
Objection.
answer.
Remember.
Being a C word.
Badgering the witness. He's already answered your question. He doesn't remember.
Well,
Objection.
it's
Asking
not
about
what you didn't do
masturbation.
while you were in the residence. So we already know that you never told her you were there. Okay. She also never took the TV back, did you?
No.
You never took the fire plates back, right?
Tried.
You tried. What happened when you tried?
It's too heavy.
Well, it's right next to the porch door. It's not like you carried down any stairs, did you?
No, but I have to. I know. I was too weak to.
Oh.
Well, you're saying that you were, at some point you were saying that you were, part of the reason you're going to this house is to take these items back. You entered 5 times, you never do it, right?
Right.
You never intended to take those items back, did you, right?
I did. Well, I did tend to take those back.
Well, on the morning of the 8th, you had the house to yourself. You could have very easily taken that TV out of there and didn't do it, did you?
He already admitted to it being too heavy. You've already emasculated him enough.
Because, as I said, it was
Yeah. It's
both
not
heavy
like
items.
the OnlyFans girl already did it to him. Now he's getting it done again.
The reason you didn't take those items back is because you knew that if you did, she would have known you were in her house.
And if he
right?
ends up mega hating women, I mean, these two are going to be.
Maybe I don't know.
And the same with the belt and hat. Your purpose when you were entering that home was not to get the belt or your hat back, right?
It was.
Well, Rachel has told you a couple times that she threw those items away, right?
She did, but she's also said that they might be in her house somewhere.
Okay. Well, there's nowhere in the messages that it says that, so
It was mostly through FaceTime we were talking about it.
that was on FaceTime when she told you that.
Yes.
Even though you told Officer Burrell, she told you that they had gotten lost.
Supposedly it was lost.
All right, with that clarification, he can answer the question.
So I think he specifically asked you, did you ever reach out to Rachel to get those items back? And you said supposedly they got lost, right?
Right.
And that's what she told you? Now, isn't it true that none of these entries had anything to do with getting any of your items back?
They were.
Well, so you're trying to get it both ways because you're saying that you entered to get your items back. Then you're also saying it was because of something she wanted you to do. Do you understand the confusion here?
Two things can be true at the same time, ma'am.
Which is it?
Both of them.
I'm gonna move on to something that you said on direct. You said that at some point when Rachel was texting with you, she told you that she wanted you to rape her, right?
Yeah.
We object, I believe the text message said that, and we first used it in our side.
What?
She said that to him.
That's what she, yeah, that's the question.
Okay, what he said.
No, that's the question.
Thank you.
Right?
Yes.
It was your claim to this jury on Friday that that really freaked you out, right?
At first it did, but I thought it was one of her games that she like. That was one of her games.
I'm sorry.
I
That
am
was
a
one of her games.
female, and I
That was
don't know
one of her
what
games.
this heifer
She didn't
wanted.
think she was here, right?
Was partially concerned about it, but
Well, on Friday you said pretty clearly that it really concerned you, right?
it
That's not true, is it?
is true. I was concerned.
Well,
That
she's
goes to his
saying that
mental state.
greatly in the middle of this sexual banter that you two were having, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
He was
We
trying to
talked
get
for
laid.
about
He's not going to tell her that
pretty
creeps him
graphic things
out.
to each other back and forth.
Yes.
And when she said it in that context, rate me, your exact response is, I don't know if you're ovulating.
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever asked that question to a woman.
I do every day.
You need to see it.
Yes.
I'll keep that in my group of excuses to tell Mr.
Back and
Mo.
forth.
Flowers,
Crap
chocolate.
nature, but you're talking
Are you
about
ovulating?
each other coming.
No, I
And then she says, rate me. And then she says, I don't care, you say, excuse me, I don't care if you're ovulating, or I don't know if you're ovulating. And when? And then you loved it.
He's not going to say it's creepy. Again,
Yes,
he
if I
wanted to
didn't- if
get
I didn't
laid.
Respond like that, she'll get mad at me.
Okay. And then you go on to jokingly talking about knocking her up and trapping her, right?
Well, okay.
May I see those messages, please?
So she says, I'm ovulating, I will get pregnant. And you say, so? She goes, no. And you say, yes. And then she jokes that you're trying to trap her.
I don't want to hear these people's text messages anymore.
no.
I find it interesting.
I do, but not when he's nearly crying.
Yeah, I mean, this was obviously he was emotionally wrapped up in this, and he shouldn't have been.
But you should see after that.
And
So
Might be
you're
a
trying to trap
combination
me,
of
smiley face,
shame.
And you say, oh my God, I'll wear a condom. And she said,
Wait. What was that? She read out the entirety of her text.
Yeah,
But you should see after that.
Okay, let's hear it.
so you're trying to trap me, smiley face, smiley face.
Are you trying to trap me? Smiley face. Smiley face.
yeah, this is not someone who's scared. If she is scared to death of him, if she is afraid that he's stalking her, she's not going to be talking to him. They're not going to be joking about their next hookup. You know, she's
This sounds
This-
like humorous altercations. Like, I might be pregnant. So, are you trying to trap me? Yeah. And this
Yeah.
meanwhile, he is probably on her attic or something.
yeah, well,
It is weird, but taking that text conversation out, just reading it separately, that sounds like boyfriend and girlfriend joking
That-
about next time they are going to have sex.
yeah. She totally blurred the lines. I have no respect for this woman. She got a fireplace from him and a TV, and just pick better next time, sir. That's
Yeah. OnlyFans is not a dating site, sir.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I have to. This is a good spot. I have to go. I have to
Okay.
leave my current location and drive around for a bit, and I feel like it's going to be probably not a good idea to do that while I'm live streaming.
I do not want to be party to a felony. I don't know how that works.
Well, it's only a felony probably if I injure someone, but still don't want to risk it, I suppose. But very interesting. I'm curious to see what she has to say during her testimony tomorrow.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
But
can
thanks
tell
for
you.
having me on. It's fun.
Yeah, I've seen some snippet of it in the chat, what might be said during it, but it will be interesting to hear it actually said out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. She is
Yeah.
just
So David,
I don't think she's gonna come across well at all. I just don't think she's going to, and I'm gonna watch it. I'll either be on your stream if I get a link and I'm available, or I'll be in the
Yeah.
chat. But I'm gonna watch it. I want to see what happens.
yeah,
Yeah.
I really want to see because he's coming off as almost the victim here.
Yeah, but it is. I don't know how much longer it is. We are there, and it is going on for 40 minutes more.
Okay.
And you said,
Well,
"Oh my
I'll
God,
drift
I'll wear
real
condom."
quick.
And she says,
Oh,
"Yeah."
never mind. I was
No.
gonna say I'll drift real quick and then I'll jump out. If you
Yeah,
guys don't
drift.
know me, MLS Law Show, and check it out. I stream a lot of trials as well and some other stuff, and yeah, so that's it. So maybe give me a try, but otherwise, you guys have fun, behave yourselves, and I'll see you maybe back here tomorrow.
I make no promises.
I will try.
Okay.
I make no promises.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Daddy's gone.
Yes. It's almost 5 o'clock. I can drink now. Almost.
Yeah. So how about this whore?
I'm sorry. The way this prosecutor has done it, she's done an excellent job of crossing.
Mm.
But again, she's coming at him like he murdered an entire bus full of nuns.
Yeah. And by clarification, I'm not calling the prosecution
We
bad
don't
words.
know the prosecution and her Google
Miss
searches.
Page is a respectable woman who is doing her job. Now,
Yes.
for us, it comes across as beating a dead horse. I'm getting more and more sympathy for the defendant the longer she goes.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah. So 40 more minutes. Jesus Christ, this is going to be a 5-hour stream.
It's because he buffers for so long.
Yeah. I should have downloaded it and then maybe cut. It would have been a 2-hour stream.
But I see it from his side. I mean, this is his first sexual experience, his first, trying to have a romantic partner, and this is his introduction to romance. It's just awful.
Yeah, and it went terribly wrong. Apparently, as the chat has been going on throughout the hours, yes, she will take the stand and we will watch it. I don't know at what point during the prosecution's case in chief. So either tomorrow or Saturday, we will watch her. But let's.
Yes.
No.
1 second.
And then he said, "Then how?" And then she says a little pregnant emoji, and he said, "LOL." I mean, fuck it.
Yes, Chris, we are doing a reverse
What's the question?
trial watch.
So my question was to him, this didn't actually concern you, right? You knew she was joking.
I was partially concerned, but I had to play along with her. If I didn't, she would get mad at me and block me.
This kind of exchange that I just showed you is pretty typical of the sexual ways that you would banter back and forth, right?
Right.
And you knew when she would say things like rape me, she wasn't serious, right?
Yes, Chris Mullen. We're watching the trial in reverse to see if the state proves its case from
Maybe.
opening to ending.
Confused about it.
Well, just like when you texted her back when, you weren't actually planning to go with rape her, right?
Oh,
And just like when she would say things like, "I like that you're obsessed with me," you know she didn't actually mean that she wanted you to go and hide in her head, right?
No, he didn't.
Oh, Jack, any close speculation?
But overruled. Go ahead. Answer the question, please.
Can you repeat that, please?
And just like when you knew she was joking about the rape, you knew that when she's saying things like, "I want you to be obsessed with me," she doesn't actually mean she wants you to break into her mom's house and hide in her head.
We mostly talked about obsession the most.
Sorry, you mostly talk about what?
The obsession part she talked about it the most. Telling me everything that she wants me to be obsessed with her.
I want to talk, finally get to the conversations that you've had when you were in custody at the police station, okay? When the police came, you told them that you were just there initially to get your fire license TV back, and that wasn't true, right?
That was true.
But that's not the whole reason you're here, right?
I was going to get my other
Actually,
stuff
so
back,
yes, he is. Oh my God,
glasses and my belt.
long duck
Well,
dong.
and as you're saying now,
Yeah.
you thought it was some kind of thing that she wanted.
Jingles is not cuddly.
Overruled.
He already did that
I
once
guess my point is
today.
you weren't entirely truthful with the officer who said at work.
Yeah, Thor is hiding, and all of the other cats seem
Because I
to
wasn't.
just be worrying
You
the
also told the police
squirrels
you
out
got
on
there
their
at 11 p.m. the night before, and that wasn't true, right?
And apparently, he is of Mexican heritage.
And you also told the police that she had invited you in, and that wasn't true, right?
I don't remember that specifically.
Well, you did tell them that, it would have been true.
Repeat that, please.
If you did tell the police that she had asked you to come over, come into her home, that wouldn't have been true.
Yes, cat. Cat gone. Might need to pour alcohol on my arm.
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
My point is, Mauricio, when the police are talking to you, Captain Sunland's asking you questions, you lied to them several times.
Everybody seems to think my cat is adorable and sweet.
At first I did,
He's
but then
evil.
I told them everything.
Well, at first, you lied.
He's
And then you want to
terrorizing
confront you
me
with certain
in
things
case
like,
I die tonight,
Right,
so he
right.
can eat me more
Right.
and then
easily.
you
Yeah,
lied, saying
my
you
cats
didn't.
are busy trying to rub over every monitor to make sure that we all know it's their property.
Jingles is a barn cat, and he catches mice and rodents and most small birds and baby
Sure,
rabbits
sorry.
and yeah,
So Detective Sunderland asked you some questions.
some medium-sized birds
You lied to them
as
several
well.
times.
So I
Right.
don't hear
Yes.
much
You lied about coming at 11, right?
bird twittering in the mornings anymore.
You just said that 2 minutes ago. You lied about coming at 11,
Yes.
right?
I did lie about that.
Okay, you lied about using the priority in, right?
I did.
You lied about the last time you came
I
up to me
feed
after you said
him
intent is
once
reality
in a
is
while.
target, right?
If I don't, he tries
I
to
did, but-
suffocate me.
On that day, I didn't know what to like to say. Honestly, I was confused.
Yeah,
But
specifically about stealing keys to make a copy and you lied about that, right?
yes,
When asked how you got in, you said that the door was
That
open, and that
was
was
my foot.
yes,
When you asked about the title device that was found,
Thor,
you said it was for
where's
your
your cat?
keys, and that was nice, right?
yes,
It was only after Matt Moreau came into that interview and confronted you with things that he found that you actually didn't have any of that, right?
Can't have nice things. Cat'll get electrocuted.
Oh Christ, he just lay down by my feet.
you repeat that?
Don't
Sorry.
move at all. You're
It's
stuck
only
there for the
after
rest of your
Matt
life.
Moreau comes into that
It's a
interview
trap.
with Captain Sunderland and specifically confronts you with things that he's found that you admit to any of that, right?
Yes,
And even then, you still deny stealing and copying her keys, right?
yes,
And even then, you still deny about coming on Monday. It was Tuesday, which you first came out, right?
I better have some more scotch just for
Yes, but I
medical
was-
reasons.
again, I was.
I think we all
See,
need an
during that time, I
emotional
was
support
confused.
beverage.
Yeah.
I hadn't slept at all. I was tired.
Things like keys, you only admitted to after they came back and said, we tested this in the door, is the key, right?
Yes,
Fair to say that you only admitted to things when you were confronted with direct evidence to the contrary, right?
yes,
And isn't it fair to say that you have lied about just about every
She really is
aspect
a
of this investigation.
lawyer.
that's
She
not
said,
going
isn't
through.
it fair to say?
First I did, but I told him everything. It was the right thing to do.
Well, you still didn't tell him about the January 20th burglary, so you really didn't tell him about her, did you?
Well, they
Well,
didn't
I can't
ask
remember
me
that
about
much
it.
from those days. I can't remember that much from those days.
And isn't it fair to say, that when you're in a station, and you're lying over and over and over again, you're only admitting to things you basically have to admit to. You're doing it because you don't want to get in trouble.
Objection, speculation, blah blah blah.
Objection, looking like a hose beast. To be Flair. Oh my goodness. I love that name.
Yes.
Mauricio, I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
You win the internet today.
Okay. Which camp are we in so far? Well, he did commit crimes, and he was convicted for 2 counts of burglary, 3 counts of criminal trespassing, 1 count of invasion of privacy, and 1 count of illegal recording. We are going in reverse. So we watched the conviction first, then the closing arguments. Now we are into the defense case in chief, which is this guy testifying. And so far, he did commit crimes.
He doesn't even look old enough to go to Hogwarts yet.
And so far, yeah, he did commit these crimes. And my opinion so far, without hearing from the so-called victim, is that almost, well, 4.5 hours in, she was or is an OnlyFans girl who he tried to contact. She answered. She gave him her phone number, her address, received gifts, had sex with him, and then he broke into her house and stayed in the attic 5 times. And but everything tells me that this guy simply does not know boundaries. And allegedly, she told him she wanted to experience being stalked. And even allegedly, according to his testimony, she had a fantasy about being raped. I don't know the truth of the matter, but I kind of believe him.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am. I mean, he broke the law. He admitted to as much, but he also had none of the life experience. This seems like it was his first date and his first intimate experience of any kind. So when she's blurring the lines, saying I love you and things like that, he doesn't realize that some people say that in a context of I love hot pockets. So
I love you as long as you give me money and things.
yeah, so he didn't realize it was transactional. She was sending out a lot of, I don't want to say she was asking for it, but she literally asked for it. She said, according to him, he it doesn't seem like, again, this shouldn't be a trial. This should be like go to the military, toughen up, and we'll call it even.
Yeah, this wouldn't have gone to trial if the plea bargain would have been just probation, go to military school of sorts.
Yeah. That's
And
where I wish we had a little bit more leeway with I'm guessing maximum sentence. This prosecutor has no chill in her. I don't know if she's a baby prosecutor and she's like, everyone's getting charged, because she seems a bit young.
mm,
But she again, the way she's approaching this is just altogether off-putting.
yeah, I understand the first hour of cross-examination, but since then I'm just getting more and more sympathy for the guy.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm assuming he has a spectrum of sorts, doesn't know boundaries, and who genuinely thought they were in a relationship where she more or less told him all the time, this is what I want, or
Yeah.
in innuendo, this is what I want. And he gave her stuff, she had sex with him, and since he has no experience in anything apparently regarding women, she hook, line, and sinker everything, and then it went overboard in the end with him breaking into her house and taking pictures of her vagina and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely went way
And
overboard.
that's almost impressive for me to have sympathy for this guy after that. It's actually impressive that she managed to get me to feel sympathy for this guy.
Yeah, that's the thing that it's really, I wouldn't think, having heard, the kind of general fact pattern, it
I
doesn't
don't know.
record what you say, I don't think. I am
And my
not the one to
only
ask for
no,
text.
no. I have no idea how FaceTime works.
Yeah, because looking at the general fact pattern, I was like, "Okay, guy is living in her attic." I cannot even imagine. But then hearing him and all of this, I'm like, "Well, she's kind of a Jezebel, if you will." And, I don't it's gonna take a lot of work for me to be sympathetic, and from what I've seen from the chat, she does not come off well in her testimony.
mm. But that will be interesting to see how far we get into this tomorrow and on Saturday. And then we are doing opening statements on Saturday. And then we will have a discussion. How did it go from opening statements to the conviction? Because then we will have opening statements in clear memory.
Yeah, I do wanna see how, because I feel like a couple of these trials, especially the No Ty Brandon trial, the state really had nothing. I mean, it's hard to get over that hump of you're
Mm.
in the room with the dead guy, but the fact that they didn't test stuff, that would have made more of an impact to me.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Mm.
you can't kind of get out of in the room with the dead guy with the gun right next to you.
Now, that is, I understand the leap from Colonel Mustard in the library with the candlestick. It's not a far leap, but in my opinion, that was the entirety, and it was based on missed phone calls, and that means the guy was dead
Yeah,
at
the
that
fact that
time.
they didn't test things really looks
Mm.
very shady in my opinion, and it could have been
No,
all above board.
yeah, no time of death, anything of the sort. That is what makes me asking questions. Okay, for me, it's not enough with he was in the room, the gun was nearby, and a guy was dead. I need more. Just
Yeah,
saying.
I need you to test things. I need this, especially if you're the government and
Mm.
you're going to be taking someone's freedom away.
Yeah.
I need more.
Yeah, for me, you can't award bad police job.
No.
That's yeah. But
Thor,
we
stop
are
being a
doing
Biden right now.
what, senile?
No, he likes to sniff your hair and
Okay.
unconsensual cuddling.
Okay. But let's finish this off.
How you doing?
Scared?
Yeah, you okay?
Okay, now it's
Hello?
redirect.
You want some water?
I'm okay.
That boy is going to have to pee like a racehorse. He's drank all the water in the daggone courthouse.
Fair to say this is
I
the
don't
first time
agree
you've been
with
on the stand?
that
Yes.
gun thing
Overruled.
here.
Go ahead.
That it was
Yes.
exclusively proven that it was his gun. It was on disturbing circumstances, but
Uncomfortable?
not conclusive, in my opinion. But Thank you, John Gary, for
Mom and Dad doing well.
challenging my opinions.
Yes.
I just want to kind of go back over a couple of things. I know this is a long morning. I know you're ready to come off that witness stand. I want to ask you a couple of things about your relationship with Rachel Means, okay?
Yes.
Fair to say that she's your first girlfriend? If that's what she was at all. Is that right?
Oh, don't
correct.
kick him while he's down if that's what she was
Which
at
day
all.
would you say you've done?
Before her,
Yes.
none.
Okay.
You were pretty happy to be in a relationship with Rachel, weren't you?
Yes.
She would tell you from time to time, we're in a relationship, right?
Objection. We don't.
Yes, all right.
All right.
What, if anything, did Rachel say to you about the nature of your relationship with her? Was it always the same thing when you move around?
Oh, he's a lawyer too. He said, "What if anything?"
Hmm.
Sorry, could you repeat that, sir? I'm sorry.
Were you getting consistent messages from Rachel about the nature of the relationship?
He did what he could with the evidence he had,
Mostly, it was
and he at least got 3 convictions down from burglary to criminal trespassing. So I assume
it was
You know, and if he made the choice to put this gentleman on the stand, I mean, my sympathy has raised just exponentially for him. So, okay, that's a good point, Chris.
But then again, you kind of want him to cry like a baby.
Yeah, he's. Oh, come on, just let him get off the stand.
Yeah, I got the 1-inch
Can you repeat that again, sir?
joke.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure I get it.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I know you are, I know. what I'm trying to get to, for the jury's benefit, is tell us what kind of messages you were getting from Rachel Means about your relationship, about what you really want. Did it change? Did it say? What kinds of things would she tell you?
It would change to "I love you," to sometimes I don't talk to me, back again, back and forth. I want to see you. I miss you.
Oh,
And sometimes it would just be going on. I felt really happy talking to her. And thought she felt the same way. She actively
Judge, permission to hug the witness. He needs.
seemed pretty nice and she's pretty funny when I talked to her. And thought we would have been together one day. But it was always going back and forth, going from nice to toxic. But I always saw it as nice. I always try to be nice with her.
She
Were you ever sure
mind
what-
effed this
what anything-
poor boy.
How she would do with you when you talk to her? You sometimes unsure how she would react. She reacted the same way. Did you know what kind of Rachel Means you were going to see that day or here's not that day?
No, it was always different each time. Thought she would be surprised by seeing me, because we talked about it to each other, and what we do.
When you say you talked about, how would you communicate with Rachel? What are the ways you do it?
Mostly through FaceTime. And
Mostly FaceTime?
Mostly FaceTime. It was always FaceTime first, and then messaging later, or at the same time. We were doing both at the same time.
My monetization is green again
Sometimes
for
on
some odd reason.
Snapchat. After I gave her my Snapchat,
Through no help of my own.
Instagram, other
If you
apps.
want to get pet, come over here. Stop with my.
And when I would block her, she would text me on a different
Freaking weirdo.
phone number.
Let's talk about that for a second. You block her sometimes, is that right?
Yes,
And why would you do that?
because I was getting just frustrated with it, the banter, and so I just wanted some time alone as well. And if I didn't respond to her, she would have one of her friends text me for herself on a different phone or a different username overall.
Just since you find a way to get
Okay,
hold of you,
fine, I
you
don't
would walk
know
in.
either.
Yes.
You were
Weirdo.
talking a little bit to Attorney Rod.
Well, for you,
About
just
the,
know, Let's Go Brandon was
game.
here earlier and
Yes.
more or less paid for my new
And you also
office
talked a
here.
little bit about
I'm
stalking the game. You were
intoxicated.
talking about that to Attorney Rod as well.
Yes.
You indicated at one point in this discussion that you thought it was one of her games. What did you mean by that?
Took it as stalking game when she talked about me raping her. That was one of her games as well. And if I didn't respond positive to that, she would be angry with me. She would curse me out or block me.
Now, when you play the stalking game, none of us are quite familiar with that. When you play the stalking game, would you let her know, hey, listen, I'm going to come up and stalk you today? Or was there another way that you had to do that?
Objection. No sense.
Overall, go ahead.
Would you announce that you were going to come up and stalk her, or was it what that be a surprise?
It was
Really, Gigi, it's
How's
this is not that.
because
The DA's
Stalking is when
innuendos
someone
were
doesn't know
really
you're
what
there.
almost
know.
costing me
You're
my
just observing
monetization
her.
for this stream.
We were
And I believe that's what
provoked,
she would want me
Your
to do.
Honor.
I have to tell her.
Yeah.
That would defeat the purpose of the game, right? She knows you're coming, right?
Yes.
So I have to tell you, outside
tell
of
me the
my
sorts of things that you
window,
say that make you think you should
my
not
youngest
stalk.
has a helmet on, and he is riding down one of our hills on a big truck. So I'm watching this poor little lamb, and then I'm watching my son do something that's probably going to get him on Jackass one day.
You are never bored with cats and children.
No, between all of them, I need a panic room that my husband just will not build me. Oh, well, at least he's taking the sturdier truck up now. That's, it's not like we have our own parking space at the ER anyway.
She exclusive about that, or she say other things? Give us an idea of what she would say to you.
It was always that I took it as, why aren't you obsessed with me? Why aren't you talking to me? Why aren't you paying attention to me? Around those lines. And mostly calling me and asking me, telling me that I want to stalk her.
Did she say that exactly that way?
She said, I want someone to stalk. Sorry, I want someone to stalk me.
I want to jump around. I want to jump to the 9th or 8th of February 2022 into the 9th. You were with her on the late part of the 8th. Is that right?
Yes.
We went to her house and she came out to your truck.
Yes.
When she came out to your truck, did she appear to be drunk?
No, because she was walking fine. Even in the freezing cold, she was walking fine to my car. She walked perfectly alone. I tried to tell her to cover up more because it's really cold at night. And we went back into my truck. She got in the passenger seat, and I got on my seat and we talked for a bit.
She seemed happy to see you.
She seemed really surprised to see me and happy.
And did you kiss? What was it like?
First, we gave each other a kiss, and we talked for a bit, and she started
Did
to
you guys have some kind of sexual contact at
Yes.
some point?
take off her robe and she wanted to give me oral.
On the times, though, it sounds like you were up roughly a total of 6 times. Is that roughly it?
Yes,
And out of those 2 times, she only saw you in person face to face twice. Is that right?
yes,
And I guess one of those times she actually waved you from the window. You remember that time?
yes.
Which time was that, if you remember?
Between January 10th to
So that would have been in the Summerfield house.
Yes.
Tell us how that happened. How did you happen to see her and have a relationship?
I was
Walking, you drive.
I drove there, and I told her outside, and she said she didn't want to come out because she wasn't looking nice, and she said, "I'll just wait hi to you." And I said, "Okay, I will." And she did, and I left. And she,
Sometimes you came up unannounced. They say that she seemed to be angry with you.
at first, yes, but then she would find it exciting because she wanted to see me. And after I left, she would ask me that she would tell me that she misses me and wants to see me.
Always ask for your lawyer, people. You say your name and then you say lawyer.
Relationship seem real to you?
Yes,
Why is that? How explain it to us?
Not legal advice, just general life advice.
I wasn't in one
Yes.
before her.
Lawyer
Don't
up.
come to me for
We'll be talking to
life
each other.
or legal advice.
I
I
thought
am
it was
just a
pretty
mo
normal
on the internet.
for her to behave like that, since she was the older one. Thought maybe she knew what she would want me to do and tell me what to do, because she was older than me, and I thought she was more mature than me. Yeah, we talked a lot, we laughed a lot, talked about everything. Talked about what she wanted to do in her life, where she wanted to move, where she wanted to go in a couple years from now. And we did talk about seeing each other again and again and again, and have sexual intercourse all the time. I thought it was pretty normal.
I think she's 26-ish.
Sometimes, let me ask this, Trigger, I was asking you, you never actually had a plan, you never plans to show up. Is that true? Around Christmas time, were there loose plans? Is that a complete surprise to her? What's going on?
You can open the
It was a
door
complete
and let
surprise.
them out.
And that was at that point, you're still in the door. She's in the door.
Yes.
And how did she respond when you got the letter?
And she was surprised at first and told me to wait. I did wait for an hour and a half. And she invited me up to her apartment. And we talked for a bit, and then that was our first time having sexual intercourse. She asked me to leave, and I did. That was around 4 a.m. And I left.
She admitted you were not, she enjoyed having sex with you?
Yes.
What'd she say about that?
We talked about it mostly on FaceTime a couple days later. I had asked her how was she after. She said it was really nice, that she liked it, and she wishes to do it again at some point. And
That made you happy?
yeah, I did.
The way that you're happy.
Yes, I felt really happy.
When you found yourself facing the police officers, I want to talk about that. Attorney Dorado wants to talk about whether or not you're forthcoming with the police right away. It appears that you weren't forthcoming with the police right away. Is that fair?
At first, I wasn't lied. I lied at first.
At that point, how's your mental state at that point when you're meeting with the first officer?
I was just trying to go home, get some rest, and eat something. It was cold. I was just wearing a hoodie and a shirt and just sweatpants.
And that's when you talked to Sergeant Lafayette, is that right? She the first one?
Yes, she was the first one.
Was that relatively quick interview, or did that go a little bit longer?
It was quick.
Who'd you say the longest interview was with?
With Detective Sutherland and Officer, I forgot his name, sorry,
Harold?
Barrel.
And how long did that interview last?
It lasted 2 hours. but it felt like a day for me.
Was it non-stop unit? Would they leave you in the room by yourself for periods of time?
They left me in the room, I think, twice on each time, or once.
Okay, Julia is about 3 hours behind.
And is that when they came in and said, we think you should write an apology letter?
What?
Was it during one of those times?
It was during with Detective Sutherland. He asked me to write a letter of apology. I was
Let me ask you this. You decided not to share with Captain Sutherland or any of the police the stalking game. Why was that?
because I knew that it would be. It's not a common thing to say to police when you're being interrogated. It's not common, and I was scared about that.
Thought those stories were strange. Yeah.
It is.
That's valid.
Would you be surprised if you heard that when you read that? Rachel lied to Sergeant LaFave right away.
Objection, Your Honor. Offense to an
Sustained.
Ma'am, we're not.
Yes.
Rachel threatened to call the police before, is that right?
Oh,
Yes.
my hand.
But how that come about?
It was my first visit. And when she asked me to leave,
The wolf pack has arrived
I tried to,
right here.
but I was like telling her, just come and see me for a bit. But she would tell me, I'm going to call the police. And so I decided to leave.
So you left.
Yes.
What happened after that? Right after that?
Right after that, I was driving home. I just remember being in my car driving and getting a text from her again, saying how I was, and that she found it really hot for me to do that.
Did she tell you that you were coming up with an announcement really hot? Was it that day or was it the next day?
The next day,
Did she say anything about, when you're driving away back to Pennsylvania, did she say anything about whether you should continue to drive home or whether she wanted to come back? What did she say about that?
it was almost that she would have invited me up to her house, to her apartment. I mean,
That's not fair.
if she knew I was outside, and that she missed me.
So she told you she wanted you to come in and she missed you right after she told you to call the police on you. Is that right?
Yes,
What'd you make of that?
And it's the youngest, most feral one, too.
I was scared of.
Oh, him you really want to
I was
teach
scared,
words.
so that's why I left.
Well, I'm asking you, what'd you
Yeah,
make of
he's
it?
already
I
said
understand
some
you were
curse
scared
words, so
because
I'm
you
trying to be
couldn't call,
better.
That's why you left.
Yeah.
Then she, as I understand her testimony, she also said, well, now now I'd like to see you, I wish you were here, I miss you.
Really, Thor?
What'd you make of that? She just told you she was going to call the police on you. What'd you make of her
This
calling
is
you
why I
and
call him Joe
saying,
Biden.
I wish you were here.
I was
Now I have a cat
Just
only
confused by her.
friends.
how she acted by it.
No one wants to see her butthole.
I didn't know what to take from it, if she was serious or not, but mostly I thought she was serious about her seeing me again. But I think at the time, I believe she lied about calling the police to make me go away. And I thought she regretted saying that to me.
At that point, have you talked about the obsession?
I
with
do need an
stalking?
only pause.
Roughly when did that start talking? When did you start talking to her? She started talking about this obsession game, this stalking game.
Stop.
During end of October and mostly through November.
So right away, like, you started texting with her in October, right?
Yes,
As I understand, you also started to talk to her right away on FaceTime, that kind of thing.
yes,
So the message that you got about when you'd be obsessed with her happened in October, is that what you're saying?
yes.
Do you still have no further questions? Actually, maybe one more time.
Yes.
Yes, don't date OnlyFans.
Thank you,
I believe the police had a song about it,
Any final
Roxanne.
recross?
If she starts life as a lady of the night, don't expect her to go to Walmart to be a cashier.
This is now on December 7th plan. Rachel's really excited. You just, surprised her at her apartment, right?
Yes.
and then you said that you had driven away, you're about halfway home, and she says something like, "These changes are stupid," right? Ever heard of that might have something to do with $500 you left on her car?
No, because at the time she had a broken windshield. I had left for her to repair it.
So it never occurred to you that she might just be interested in the money?
No.
Going back to this interview you had, seems to be almost a little critical of that.
Broken. My school is, we
Yes.
have a
I didn't say
history,
that it would have been a lot shorter had you just told the truth in this
and
interview.
I don't like the principal, so we try to keep it
I just didn't know how to get around it, saying
little cuss words.
it sounds weird telling a cop that this woman wants me to be obsessed with her. And to stop.
Truth.
And during that interview where you're talking on camera, you're also doing the kind of thing that you've been doing this morning, where you're taking a really long time to give an answer, right?
Right.
And that's because you're thinking of what you should say.
No, 'cause I'm processing what you're asking me. I want to give my best answer and the right answer.
And fair to say that the interview would have been a lot shorter had you not done that as well.
So now she's making fun of his slow processing speed.
No.
Lady,
Mauricio, you keep talking about this as stalking me.
objection,
Seems
me.
like you're saying that it's something that you guys talked about pretty frequently.
Yes.
Do you agree with me that in nowhere, any of the messages that you ever send each other, do you ever refer to stalking you?
Talk mostly about on FaceTime and on the phone.
So it just happens to be that this excuse you have for all the wild things that you did is not right.
Your Honor,
Excuse.
not guilty. Prosecutor has made me hate
You're
women.
saying it's not an excuse?
No, she wanted me.
To me, that sounds like an excuse for you.
Objection, negative.
Sustained, jury will disregard.
Would you say it's pretty convenient that in nowhere in these messages is there anything about stalking?
I'm objecting to this.
What's the objection?
I think it's argumentative.
Overruled. Go ahead.
You can answer that question.
You wanted me to be stalking.
I haven't started
sorry, I
selling my
didn't hear you.
She wanted
bathwater
me to
yet,
be your
so I
stalker.
don't know.
She wanted you to be the stalker, and yet nowhere in any of these messages did she ever say that.
Flex, I know. I already want to convict her of slagathorness.
Is that a question?
Yes,
What is the question?
the question is, but there's nowhere in these messages that she ever says that she wants you to be her stalker, is there?
He's told you 18 times.
There's
It was
not
on
much.
FaceTime.
Told me multiple times. You wanted me to
Finally,
be-
get a spine. Tell her.
I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you. Sir, you may step down. You can return to your table. Attorney Starbranch, will the defense be calling any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
And will there be any rebuttal witnesses?
No,
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that means the evidence in the case has
Well, now I want to convict all womankind. You're muted.
5 hours in. Took 5 hours.
Yeah.
But I can't wait to hear her speak.
I
And I have a strong feeling I really don't want to hear her because I might say things that I need to wait at least 2 hours to say.
she at this point she would have had to have saved a litter of puppies and burning nuns from like 9/11 to get over the amount of general dislike I already have of her.
Yeah, now I can. This is the that she isn't named, or probably we will only hear her tomorrow. I understand kind of why it is for her protection of sorts, because the British word for it's slag. I
Yeah,
don't.
she.
Yeah,
I say Slagathor, but
yeah. I, again, this burglary, trespassing, taking pictures of a bag and recording. I understand the convictions.
I
That
do. But
doesn't
I
make
almost
her less of.
two things can be true at one time. She
Yeah,
led him on and was obviously. I mean, she. If you believe him, she asked for it and she received it, and when she received it, she decided she didn't like it.
yeah,
But
and
yeah, she at this point, I have no idea. Dennis. It's funny, as much as we try to get away from the old lessons, like there's marrying women and there's, dating women, uh, she sh
this is not even dating material.
yeah, this is just you don't date OnlyFans models, kids. They either try to launch a knife at you unintentionally, hitting you in the heart directly,
Yeah,
or they get you on charges.
yeah. I'm starting to think that the jury thought they had no other options than the actual. They did find they
I mean,
took down. Yeah,
he
they
admitted
took yeah they took it down as much as they could do legally. So it was good jury listening, and then okay, what can we bring down from actual? Look at the law. What can we take down
yeah.
from burglary to criminal trespassing? What can we say not guilty to in the two counts of invasion of privacy?
I hope the judge has a lot of downward departures and
I
he
hope he
can
has a son in around 15, 16 who just had his first interesting girlfriend of sorts who was a yeah.
yeah, it's really Hey, nothing parties like a rental, but you don't buy the rental car.
Oh hell no! Because if I am off somewhere which demands me to go on a rental, I'm driving the living fuck out of that thing. Because it's a rental, I have insurance, I'm going there at shortest time possible, hopefully on a gravel
Allegedly.
road, allegedly on a gravel road, allegedly. Might be off-roading a bit, allegedly.
Yeah. That's the thing. I didn't think at the beginning it's really interesting because I didn't think at the beginning I would have any sympathy towards Katie Lang, but I do. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Every time I see him now, I just see Katie Lang and I can't stop.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Mo wanted an expensive red car when he got older, and we have a really nice red Ford Transit that's a 10 passenger. So not exactly the red car he wanted. It's the red short. Could y'all not mess with my curtains for 5 seconds?
Are those kids or cats?
Cats.
Okay, just checking.
Th- I usually I have the door shut, but then the littlest one was going to tell me that he was wearing a helmet down Murder Hill.
Oh,
And I was like, "Thanks. Yeah, protect your brain.
mm.
Also, don't roll cars down Murder Hill."
I could have used a helmet when I was a kid, but I lived in the countryside, and there was two birch trees about maybe 5 yards from each other. So it was fun to climb up on the top of one of them and then swing, 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 and then change trees. And 50% of the time it was successful.
I have learned. See, I got too cocky having girls, and I definitely thought I've got this parenthood thing down. So God said, "Let me get you some boys." And I understand now what they say about girls are easier in the little time, but the teenage years are hard. And boys, it's just keeping them alive.
Yeah,
I
yeah, I agree. We have had much luck with the nieces and nephews because they grew up really responsible, uh, with few exceptions, but there are exceptions. And well, I am a good uncle, and when one of the older nieces called and said this boy accidentally took pictures of her. Okay, I'm going on a 7-hour car ride and having a discussion with the father of that boy. And those pictures are no
How do you
longer in existence.
accidentally take photos?
Well, I believe that was the. He I didn't care. Just like,
No,
I just didn't care if it was, whoops, did I do that? And no, but those pictures are no longer in existence. And let's leave it at
well,
that.
that's good uncling.
I'm old. I don't care if the last 10 years before retirement is in my farm or in jail when it comes to family. Then we'll
It
leave it at
that's
that.
how it is.
Mm? I'm,
It is what
and
it's a universal truth to most
yeah,
people. That's why Letitia Stelk and Lori Vallow hit us so hard because
yeah.
we don't that it's just not even in our wheelhouse to think like
No,
that.
I can't comprehend having that this kid is in the way for my happiness, so I must end the kid. I it, I can't get it in. Not normally when it comes to a label or something. I always try to put myself in the situation to see, okay, what could have been done, what would have been, could have, would have, yeah, things like that. But when it comes to family, I don't get it.
It's a good thing. I understand Dr. Lewis is an insane person, but I
Mm,
understand the desire to have a reason, to have every
mm,
single weird thing that we do have a reason because it makes it much more comforting. But some people are they just choose evil. They're just evil. That's it.
yeah.
It is what it is. You can't figure it out.
No, it's there's no thing to figure out, and I have to tell chat that I'm trying to find something to redirect you to, and I know that Viva Frey is live now, but he doesn't have that thingy on where I can redirect to him, so I can't redirect you anywhere.
And I'm going to
Sorry.
have to get out of
Yeah,
here fairly soon because these children want food.
today again.
I know every day, 3 times a day.
Yeah, and it's 11 p.m. here, or a bit after 11 p.m. here. I had a few scotch, and
You're ready to sleep now.
I'm ready to sleep now. And I will try to get, because 2 days in a row, no. So I hope that anything that shows up tomorrow, I will postpone until Saturday. I'm just putting it out there. But
Okay.
Saturday will be interesting.
Yes.
But you folks, tomorrow we will go through start with the prosecution's case in chief, and we will run it as long as we can, and then take the rest Saturday. Everything will start at 6 p.m. my time, noonish Mo time.
Yes.
Yeah, and yeah, I need to send you all off. So here's the outro, and I will end, bro. So subscribe to Mo, subscribe to me, like, subscribe every YouTube
Yes.
thingy stuffy. And
All the YouTube-isms.
my cat is looking at my feet, and I'm a bit scared
Pray
because
for Nick.
somehow I choose to not have my indoor shoes on, and that was a bad decision.
Godspeed, brave warrior.
Yeah. Outro coming up, and I'll see you all tomorrow, and have a nice day, and bye-bye.